で揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる、君じゃなきゃ意味ない、ありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング、ちびるに Your eyes tell me everything I need, your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね。約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど、僕ららしくていい、離さないと誓うよ、先読みなんてもう終わりにして、僕の手を握って少し切ない、それもまた無勢な胸味、yeah、 Your eyes tell me everything I けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね Let's go! ネオンの絡む肌踊る影揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go!霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね、
Get you down. Gonna make you stay just fine. 이대로 모자라지도 넘치지도 않아. 'Cause I got my collection. Yeah. 따뜻한 물에 bathe. 향기 가득한 로션 촉촉해져. My cocoa bomb. Oh, I don't care what they say. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want.
Welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen. It is play day 6 for APL Asia. We're getting down very much to the last couple of games, which will matter. For today's action, there are 2 spots in the final 4 still up for grabs, guys, where we've still got quite a few of those teams in that battle that are going to be playing each other. So some big games tonight that certainly will have big repercussions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been incredibly close and entertaining so far in Asia, and with only a couple of play days to go, as you mentioned, the mid-pack very tight and still a couple of spots to be confirmed for the top 4.
Absolutely. Now, of course, other regions have been playing out throughout this stage. We've got our focus on CNL. This is from play day 6, which has been happening. And also, the next playdate is going to be tomorrow as well. So always trying to keep an eye on how CNL's going.
Yeah, I've been keeping a keen eye as well. Some big names actually that have jumped across from APL over to CNL. Songler actually at the start of that package, a good example of a player that's been performing quite well in his new home region. And yeah, exciting format across the board. Again, to reiterate, it has been best of threes and still a stack of playdays to go. 6 total. It's a big fixture over in CNL, and you can get the broadcast details for that to tune in on Wikipedia, of course. So yeah, if you have the opportunity, the time zones are great. If you're watching APL, make sure to jump across because the quality of the siege, particularly from the teams towards the top, has actually been quite good.
Yeah, certainly one that's going to be, I think, a fan favorite for years to come. The CNL region is going to continue to produce lots and lots of talent. In terms of the talent that we've got in the APL region, though, from yesterday's game, guys, we had a feature round as well that's going to be one to look at. Orchid and Psychon Company went toe-to-toe, of course, yesterday, and, well, what a result we had. This was a close call, though, in the opening round.
Yeah, it sure was. We'll have a look back at that replay package. Yeah, this is the one where it went down right down to quite literally 0.1 seconds. Psychon went for the Rayora hit double window, very aggressive, got the plant down, immediately enters the post, and BG Man jumps on the kit, 2 versus 3. But then right at the last second, we see K3 with the DMR, with the sidestep solo side. Did a great job. Close round to open that particular matchup. It ended up being yeah, a pretty entertaining game as we look across at the schedule for play day 6. Of course, we'd be remiss to not mention that a couple of the matches here, dead rubbers, but the ones that have impact are going to be ultra competitive.
Yeah, the top 2, certainly. The first 2 games tonight are going to be very, very entertaining, and we'll go to the standings to sort of highlight why. So for Psychon Company versus Daystar, Daystar has already qualified for finals, but Psychon Company kind of need results, and unfortunately, one of the 2 games they've got remaining is against a top 2 team. Even if they can sneak a point and just force OT, could go a long way. And then the other match that we've got just directly after that, probably the biggest match of the night, in Soul's Heart versus Team Orchid. Win that, and your chances of top 4 increases exponentially. So those are going to be the 2 games we're going to focus on. I should add as well, guys, that for Fury, they are still mathematically alive by like 0.1%. They have to win out their final 2 games. Other results have to go their way, and they have to make up a huge amount of round differential, but something that we will keep our eye on as well. So as we progress forward for the night, certainly the first 2 games will be the big ones. In terms of, I guess, highlighting that, we'll go to the graphic, guys, into the, you know, Mark, Joe Gore, and like Colas. We've got a nice little graphic that was put together by a production team. It's a 3-way tie as things stand. Who knows? Maybe by tomorrow it could be the same. Well, not tomorrow. By the last play day, it could be the same. But clearly, 2 of these will make top 4. You would imagine. One's going to miss out. It's going to be devastating for that one.
Yeah, the dynamic for Asia is being somewhat of a farmers league, especially with Waybo and Daystar being by far and away the best 2 teams, and then sort of having the bottom 2 in Elevate and HL Taur being solid at the bottom 2. It's left this mid pack to be so competitive, and that's why not even at the conclusion of this play day are we going to have final answers as to where they're actually going to land.
Let's go to our first game tonight. We'll go and look at the Daystar roster. And of course, they've got themselves locked into the top 4. They, like Waybo, have already qualified for finals. So it's just a matter of continuing to prepare as best possible. Usually we would sit back and say, you know, seeding, for instance, guys, their round differential is not even remotely close at the moment to Waybo. At the moment, they're what, 8 behind? And usually say, well, you can make that up in 2 play days, but Waybo play HL Taur tonight. And then, interestingly, of course, Waybo versus Daystar on play day 7. So the actual round differentials are relevant, which makes this game for Daystar somewhat a little bit irrelevant, only if they can actually then go beat Waybo on play day 7. If they don't beat Waybo, then this game doesn't matter anyway. So this would only just set them up for a potential spot at that top spot next week on play day 7 if they can actually take down the Kings of the region.
Yeah, it's going to be a good test for them, though, to see just how big that gap may be between the top 2 and the mid-pack. As I said before, it's been a bit of a farmers league towards the top, and both Waybo and Daystar have been completely flawless up until this point. There's certainly arguments and discussions to be had between the gap between Waybo and Daystar, but for the context of this match, I'm intrigued to see, are Daystar truly that far ahead of the mid-pack, or maybe is it a little bit closer than we're expecting?
Psychon Company, their opponents, had a very close match last night. We already saw one of the highlights from that game, and I think a lot of the rounds were, well, not the exact same as that counter diffuse attempt, but very close rounds in a very close game. 7-5 lost though to Orchid, so they walked away with no points. They allowed Orchid to catch up, tie the 3 teams together on 9 points. I mean, as I said at the start, if they can even just walk away with 1 point from this match, it's something that might be a separating factor. You got to consider Daystar have already beaten Soul's Heart and they've already beaten Orchid. So in terms of the other teams around Psychon Company, Daystar's already beaten those anyway. So they get kind of a free shot tonight to see if they can get something from this matchup.
Yeah, it was a fun one to watch, and a player that really stood out to me, walked away as the highest rated for Psychon, was Neon, and his impact over the course of this matchup. Had a couple of multis, I believe, throughout that series, and whilst his cost wasn't particularly high at 58%, so he probably needing to maybe tap into a little more consistency across a match. When he does have impact, it's very notable inside of the server. So he could be quite influential in this matchup, but if it is anything like that Orchid matchup, if it ends up being a little bit of an arm wrestle, a back and forth, we did see good team-wide play from them. And that was even with Jogor, again, having a rough day. He's probably one to put under the spotlight for not the right reasons. Unfortunately, it hasn't been a great stage for him. The numbers aren't reflective of where we've seen him in the past. Last night, another good insight where, again, a negative EPS, went 6 and 10, wasn't hugely influential in the match. So probably a good opportunity for him to try and build a bit of confidence, a bit of momentum, because if they are to have a run at the top 4, never mind actually do well in the finals itself, I think Jogor needs to play a big part in that.
Let's go to the Vetos for this match. For these two teams yesterday, the games that they played, Psychon, of course, played on Chalet. That was a fun one. And Nighthaven Labs for Daystar. As we go into the roulette, looks like Nighthaven Labs or Lair is going to be the case. It is going to be Lair that we go to. It's starting on the defense, though, will be Psychon Company. The Daystar boys had the opportunity to send it to, of course, either that or Nighthaven Labs. So they've opted for Lair instead.
Yeah, and Lair's going to be a good test for structure for these two teams. I think Daystar will certainly have the edge structurally. You look at some of the history for these two teams, and there's a lot more data to go off for Daystar since the end of 2025. They have played it 10 times, 6-4 records. Psychon Company, nothing on record as of yet. So that could be a slight upper hand. Maybe they can try and catch Daystar out early here on defense.
All right, let's get on the way. Lair is waiting for us. Daystar have got a 6-4 record on this map. Last win was a week ago against Fury 7-5. Psychon Company, no record of this map whatsoever. So we're going to see what they've got against a top 2 team in the region on a map that we've never seen them play. This is a big one. Can Psychon Company pick up any points against Daystar in their own quest for top 4? And to put it blunt, guys, if you want to go all the way for the Esports World Cup, you need to be beating teams like Daystar. It's one thing to qualify for top 4, but if you can start to knock on the door of taking down the top 2 teams in this region, you might just have a chance come finals.
Yeah, it is only best of 1, so I'm not going to take too much away from this matchup, but I will agree that that storyline development could be very intriguing if there is a world in which Psychon walk away the victors in this matchup, albeit in overtime. The regulation would be even more astounding. I think the biggest takeaway from me holistically for that would be that Waybo are just way ahead of everyone, and they're going to claim the slot pretty easily. If Daystar are faltering these kind of matchups, it doesn't give me a ton of confidence. Again, best of 1, not hugely impactful, so I don't read too much into it, but it would certainly raise a massive red flag that despite them currently being even with Waybo right at the very top, it's been a flawless stage for them so far. Maybe the gap is still quite large between themselves and Waybo. Of course, we do get a little bit better insight to that in the final playday next week. It's the last game of the group stage, Daystar and Waybo, before they potentially take one another on in that finals bracket. Could potentially be as well in that grand final. And with just the 1 slot on the line now in Asia for stage 1, it will be a potentially critical matchup, but they still have to get there. And for Psychon on the flip side, still biding their opportunity to make it inside of the top 4. Currently, they are 5th, just losing out on the head-to-head currently against Team Orchid on equal round differential and 9 points. A win here tonight would certainly go a long way in helping them in their campaign. They take on Soul's Heart as well in that final play day, and depending on how Soul's Heart shape up tonight, the implications of that match could be quite important as well. So I can have a big 2 best of 1s coming up here, and they'll be looking to hit some good form. I think we've seen positive enough signs for them over the course of this potential stage, but it's just so compact and so competitive that they need to be on from the very start here.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Feed active.
Yeah, last night Daystar were emphatic. They had their best win of the stage, 7-1 over HL Taur, and they were as clinical as kind of, I guess, we wanted them to be. It was the one thing missing on the, probably on the resume for this stage, was a really, really dominant result. And then Waybo went and quite literally did them one better with a 7-0 against Fury. I mean, I think even in that Orchid game, for me, Psychon Company looked really good. I mean, Neon is clearly someone to keep an eye on moving forward in this region. He's been sensational this stage, putting up big numbers. He was probably their best player in that game. Seal gets the opening kill onto Calf. That's not the start that you want, though, when you're Psychon Company here on Lair. This is the side that you want to be getting rounds on. And to give up that opening kill, not great. They do get a trade back through Joe Gore. He's been struggling this stage. But at the very least, 4v4 here on the top floor.
Yeah, it's been a little rough for him. Souffle has certainly taken the mantle as most impactful player for Daystar. Despite a rough start here in the opening round, he has by far and away been the best on their team at the moment in collecting numbers. Over a 2 KD currently heading into the night. 73% entry and an impressive 76% cost, which puts him in the upper echelons of the region currently. But Daystar unable to rely on him now for the remainder of this opener. 4 versus 4. All the critical utilities still remaining here for Psychon, namely the triple combo that they have for area and Plantanar with the Echo, Chanka, and Smoke. So we'll see how Daystar look to go about breaking this down.
And one thing I'd love added to this game, guys, is some kind of yokai counter on the Echo. Oh, hang on. Speaking of yokai, perfectly timed, and that's going to get denied. And he's going to just go for it again because the flames aren't connecting. Of course, Psychon are aware of this, but Fang is dead, so no more flames to arrive. There's the gas bait from Neon. That's going to connect, though. Well, Azuki has brute forced that plant through a gas bait, a Shamika launcher, and a yokai. Never seen that before.
Pros don't fake. 30 seconds now for the retake here for Psychon. Failing to deny that plant, but they do now have a player advantage.
This is actually very winnable because they got no one playing breach outside. They got nothing here to actually deny except for Yao down below medical. He's the offshoot that can really deny late. Onto the get goes Neon. Oh yeah, have you got the angle? Yeah, you do. Wait, whoa, hang on. I thought for a second if he hadn't got that counter defuse and those bullets weren't registering, he would have been very upset. Round goes the way of Daystar. They successfully attack into the top floor. Bit of a strange round. And not one that, you know, usually pans out in that fashion. Again, the yokai, the gas bait, the Shamika launcher, nothing stopping him from getting that plant.
Yeah, the utility there wasn't great. The effectiveness of the Echo was also not quite on point there. Maybe just some initial nerves there from Psychon failing to execute. They were in a pretty good position, but they'll be annoyed that that round didn't quite go their way. Daystar showing good resilience. As we have a look back, Joe Gore found a nice equalizer with that jump out, and then in the post did some nice damage, but the round was already lost prior to that particular highlight. Now vertically down below having impact, and there wasn't much K3 could do about it, then pressured horizontally from Ops.
Attackers have discovered the location
And
of a bomb.
we'll see the response now. Down to basement. Should reiterate as well, the bands Kaid, Clash, Capital, and they didn't quite catch the fourth in time. It was the Monty. So what kind of an impact that may have. The util layering from the Capital can be pretty devastating on a couple of these sites from teams that know how to utilize it well. Top floor certainly comes to mind, but even dorms as
5
well,
seconds left before insertion.
and complementary with the sense. So we'll see how Daystar look to pivot around that. It's looking like a roam initially here from the defense that they'll have to contend with.
I think Psychon Company, you know, for me, are they just, you know, Joe Gore getting back to his very best away from being a real contender in this region. And Neon's been a really, really big pickup. But Joe Gore has had probably his worst stage of his career so far. Sitting at the moment 27th out of 41 on the rated EPS metrics. Going negative at 27.38. So he's more often than not, you know, somewhat letting his team down as someone who, of course, burst onto the scene as a top fragger. I guess in this match, in this game, Psychon haven't really played Lair. Daystar have actually got quite a lot of games on this map. They look pretty proficient already to begin. A little bit less pressure. Suki. No, not quite. Keep a barrier, blocks off any swing onto Joe Gore. He's aware of the presence, though, towards Yellow Stairs. And back down goes Suzuki after showing a little bit of contact. Daystar are getting a little aggressive down here in basement. Are Psychon ready for this?
Yeah, I mean, they've withstood the early pressure here pretty well. They'll be in a position to peel and layer a lot of util late. Triple smoke, even a razor bloom. That could be a pretty flex late and used reactively to the push. Some of this vert is concerning, though. You can see it is compromising the ability for some of these anchors to feel safe. If Daystar can ensure they strike with the right timing here, that's where they can maybe catch an anchor or two off with that vert pressure. Clearly, Psychon aware of it. It's up to Daystar to kind of put them in a position where there's not a whole lot they can do to deal with it. Good work there. As Feng falls, Zuki elsewhere confirms the kill onto Thorn, and they fall. Daystar, they time it perfectly. Ooh, at least a denial on offer here for Psychon, but a 1v4, which won't be a success. Daystar take round 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little rough to start when you're losing top floor the way that you did. It should have been a winnable round for Psychon Company. Second round as well, then on basement. I mean, just too much of the map already given over to the attack. That's somewhat the way that Daystar played yesterday. Think back to that game on Labs and how aggressive they were on their attacking side of Labs. So I went into that game thinking, well, maybe that was going to be difficult for Daystar to pick up a lot of rounds and win, you know, in that 7-1 fashion that they did, simply because they started on the attack. It didn't bother them at all. And right now, it's not bothering them here against Psychon Company. I like the early tactical timeout. 2 rounds gone. You've clearly gotten the memo. Right now, Daystar are playing some really good siege. They're aggressive. They're happy to get in your face. They take map control. They're executing site really nicely. And Psychon Company need to shift gears a little bit. I imagine you go back top floor now. You didn't win basement. You're not going tertiary here. There's no point going bunks briefing. Surely not. You go back top floor. Maybe you change up your strategy a little bit. The only thing would be if they really want to ban something away. But quite frankly, I don't think there's enough that was brought by Daystar in that opening round to suggest, yeah, we want to, you know, we want to get rid of the buck. Like, I just don't think that's something you should do. But they are actually going bunks briefing. Wow.
Yeah, look back at that last round. A pretty classical example there of Daystar being able to layer a lot of pressure horizontally and vertically, isolating the defense one by one. They were in positions then to trade. Ultimately, Planet was denied, but with so many isolated fights elsewhere, being incredibly damning, it really didn't mean a whole lot. Over to dorms then we go. Psychon, yeah, they go to the tertiary as opposed to rotating back to the primary. We'll see how they ultimately do shape up here. They do have the Solace, so pretty traditional hold above, bit of catch as well to maybe try and catch the projectile util that can be laid on the site as well. Sense will be selected here from Daystar, so they're going to give themselves the option and the opportunity to try and go direct here. Again, though, without the Capital and even the Monty by extension with Total Plant potential now no longer being an option, it is a little more high risk naturally here from Daystar. They do bring the Blitz, I suppose, though, as an ability to counteract that and still go for a single pattern. And of course the direct hard breach from the Thermite once they get green control. See how active Psychon like to play, particularly horizontally for the green denial, or if they are willing and happy to let that control go away. Interestingly, Jogor here is playing weapon side as opposed to above on the Solace. This is going to be the kind of position where if Jogor dies, he looks a little silly, but with the blitz on the board, he can offer a bit of information, and he does know where the push is now posturing from, so as long as he retains his life, he's actually done a pretty good job here.
I think one of the things Psychon Company can try and do the most here on layer is slow the pace down. Bunk's Briefing doesn't really achieve that, though, if you're giving up green. I like the pressure towards green that they're kind of just showing nice and early in the round, rather than playing one more towards the actual site itself and looking to just, you know, put a little bit more of a stopgap in place. You know, just the way that Calf is positioned, same with Joe Gore on the Solus. I think there's actually a better way to sort of deny this Sen's blitz rush attempt, instead of just putting all your eggs in the basket of denying from the vert. And I'm actually noticing now Yao's going upstairs. Daystar might sense there's a little too much pressure on this first floor. Let's go and try and take above.
Yeah, we'll see if that works out, though. There's another stack of time remaining here. Daystar may lock themselves into the commit. And with Joe Gore now positioning back up above with the Solskin, that'll be a challenge. It is a little bit. Big kill from Souffle. ROU's deployed, as evident from Joe Gore, who now has a key role in looking to deny this plant. Hasn't been attempted just yet, and the Warden activates to find an advantage. But it's not very long-lasting. Daystar 4 versus 2.
And they just didn't have enough bodies, because when they're going for the plant, Pika's gone up above, and everyone's just too busy looking at the floor. I mean, it's just really well played from Daystar. They just completely read that one to a T. They knew for a while, we show a little bit up above and then go for the plan. Everyone starts to look back down towards the floor. The Solus is on Gadget. They're trying to play off that. It's understandable. That's just usually the way you'll play it. But then Pika has the wherewithal to keep putting the pressure on horizontally on the top floor. Daystar have played that to perfection. I mean, they just genuinely outplayed Psychon Company in that round. The one small thing that I don't think Psychon Company did too much wrong was just the shoulder peek at the doorway. Calf just catches an unlucky timing on the headshot spray, and once he goes down, that really gave them the green light to hit site and begin the execute. Plus, couple that with the pinch that they provided up on the top floor. 3-0 for Daystar, and this is not great for Psychon Company for two reasons. Number one, you lose this game and you lose it in a bad fashion. That's round differential, so that needs to be spoken about. If you're going to lose the game, that's not the end of the world, but the round differential is going to play a factor potentially. And number two is, even if you do make finals, what's going to really change them when you come back around and have to play the likes of Daystar or Waybo? And you're putting up something like this. So they're going to have to really kick into gear quickly. Now they finally go back top floor. They decide to get rid of the Dockerby, but they also now lose the mirror. Not that they played it in the opening round, but just no longer an option. So the main switch up now, they bring Calf onto the Grismot, onto the Ella, who has the Grismots, and they drop the Echo completely because, well, it didn't do much last time.
Yeah, so far it seems as if the gap between these two is maybe as significant as we probably first were inclined to think. Again, Psychon in Play Day 1 had their match against Waybo, only got the one round on that occasion, and if this result ends up being just as dominant, bodes well for Daystar, at least in their ability to take down lesser opponents. Probably not going to make too much of a dent in the storyline regarding the top fight for the spot here at EWC, but does give some kind of guidance that they truly are the two most dominant teams, and by some margin. Certainly a wake-up call early for Psychon early, who have been read like a book by Daystar. I don't think they've really particularly played too poorly on defense or anything like that. It's been a case of Daystar with so much more experience and confidence in having a really good read on their opposition. They've hit some good timings. That's been the biggest the difference maker really between the two, and one of the big positives for them in these first three rounds, that their timing on these hits and their ability to split the attacks has been a real handful to deal with. Minute down in this round, bit of upside pressure early here from Daystar. Psychon looking to reposition accordingly now on the black bed, and range hard reads to follow here if Daystar eventually shape up for the default hit.
I mean, this is good nose control established now. Not getting a lot of help up main stairs. He's actually just doing this himself. Usually this takes 2, maybe even sometimes 3 players to establish this level of control. Even gets out a gas bay from Kaysan. Don't know when Jogor used that nitro cell. I might have missed it when I was looking at some statistics, but he used it very early into the round, unless it's a pre-place, which means Neon has got the soul nitro cell remaining. And even though there's only 60 seconds left, once you got this mez control, the timer doesn't matter as much. Do still want to, of course, get this entry in towards Mask opened up. They find the kill on to Cav. There goes the Yala, and there's another opening kill for Daystar. Make it 4 straight. Well, I really anticipated this was going to be a match that even if Daystar were heavy favorites, would be a little bit more combative and a little bit more, well, equal. Psychon Company, you've got 30 seconds to try and salvage things here on this top floor. Fan can't hit it at all on the Tachanka. They don't even need to plant. They've got 30 seconds. It's only Jogor left. This is about to be flawless. If he can't swing, hit a headshot. And he's just getting peppered. Forced to drop down briefing. That's not the site. You can't park there. Flawless again from Daystar. 4 straight. They've already used the timeout for Psychon Company. And on a map that's 57% defensive win rate in the region. Most played map as well, by the way. So in terms of sample size, it's the best you can offer. Everything's suggesting this one's probably done. Daystar have just put on such a dominant display in this attacking half.
Yeah, both Souls Hard and Team Orchid will be watching this match pretty intently. If Psychon eventually do go on to lose this match, and the way it's shaping up at the moment, it could be very lopsided. That is going to be to their benefit.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Psychon will need to pick themselves up for next week. Big match against Souls Hard, and that also is going to probably be quite a challenging duel for them. So far here on Lair, they haven't quite looked up to the task. Daystar are a formidable team, and to their credit, they're playing like it so far, giving very little opportunities to Psychon. They've been comprehensively playing the map. 4 entries into 4 conversions. Last 3 rounds have had 4 or more players alive. It's been comprehensive, and unfortunately this rotation hasn't seemingly made too much of a dent for the defense in generating some new ideas and some counterplay. We've returned to basement, and in terms of the lineup here from Daystar, it is fairly similar. Although the inclusion of the Glaz, well, it's actually not that fairly similar. They have the Glaz in play, so probably looking to get active horizontally. Yao convert on the Deimos, and Flores as well for the util clearance as opposed to the Twitch. Both the Striker and the Ram will remain a constant, as Psychon look to lurk around the map and snatch an entry.
What's even most concerning with this is, you know, it's not just 4-0, but you look at the rounds 4 alive, flawless. These rounds haven't been close. Hey, Yao's only got the 1 kill, but one thing he's actually really done a great job for Daystar is just taking a lot of map space, getting into good early positions, forcing defenders back. It's sometimes you don't, you know, Siege is the kind of game sometimes you just look at the KD numbers and think someone's either done well or bad based off that. But he's won 2, and I tell you what, he's played really, really well in the first 4 rounds as a team player. It's hard to, you know, put that onto the screen, but yeah, definitely want to give him the props there. 3v3, so a little bit better here from Psychon Company. Azuki 9-0 has well, been a benefactor of all the space being created by others, and he's got the kills.
Yeah, and some of the vert potential now certainly limited for Daystar. They'll be playing into the 3 gas babes of the defense as well. So this is quite a strong setup for Psychon to play around in their efforts to try and get a round on the board. Daystar may elect to go for a filtration stack here. They can layer a bit of utility, and this is where Souffle on the Glaz is probably the biggest win con here for Daystar, and being able to either facilitate entry and or cover that plant attempt.
And the gas bays are nice, and you do have a couple of vault canisters. Here comes Kaysan though, good clear onto Azuki. Wasn't expecting the push, and no one there for the trade. Well, this might be their best opportunity. Well, yeah, most definitely their best opportunity to win around here in the first half. Souffle, of course, trying to play it off the Glaz. He's got one more smoke in pocket. Time starting to dwindle. Pika playing behind. Double push stock. Need the next kill desperately. Won't really have the space to go for a plant, you would imagine. Pika goes down. It's all up to Souffle. And it seems like Psychon Company have done enough as the time expires. It will be 4-1. One more round to go in the half.
Yeah, they've done a nice job there to take down both the Deimos and the Ram first, two of the more influential operators outside of maybe the Glaz in that particular setup. It limited the vert potential. It meant that they looked far more comfortable onside anchoring as opposed to last time out. And then some good proactive play vent side as well. Just complicated things. Got it down to the 2 versus 3. And from there, Psychon doing a good job to consolidate that position and didn't look afraid in converting it. Entry went the way of Azuki, so it was once again the entry to Daystar, but the fight back was good. That push forward there from Kaysan was absolutely on point, and he kind of followed that up for the remainder of the round as well, so credit to him.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
One more round here for Psychon on defense, and surely if they are to stand a chance in the second half, they need the buffer of this second round.
Yeah, I mean, it's already probably a case of too little too late, but give yourself a chance if you can get this second round on defense. Who knows what you can maybe do on the attack. It was a game of two halves, even if statistically Lair has been favoring defense in this region. You just never know. But the 2 rounds in a row, tiny glimpse of momentum and hope going into the halftime role swap. You know, you get another chance to speak with your coach and kind of just reset mentally.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
There's 5 straight opening kills. Interestingly, though, only the 1 plant from Daystar, but one of those kind of games where they've just been, you know, wiping out Psychon companies so easily that they've never really needed to plant.
I think as well, I'm just keeping a really close eye on the standings. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there is still potential for the 3 teams locked on 9 points at the moment to still finish on the exact same points at the final play day. So round differential could still be a critical factor. So Psychon need to ensure that they don't give up at any point. Quite literally every round could be super important. Even if they lose this game, they need to make sure it's not a huge blowout.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I said before. Round differential as well plays a factor. Yeah. Even if they can just bring this back to like a 7-4 kind of loss, that can help. You definitely don't want to be losing this 7-1, 7-2 in that sort of frame. If you can get it at least a 7-4, 7-5 and you do fall short, that's not the end of the world. But if I'm going to be completely blunt, the second half is going to be very difficult for them. Obviously, Psychon can lose this game, stay on 9 points, beat Soul's Heart, go to 12. This round's over, by the way.
Yeah, not exactly the best caster curse.
It's no, not quite. It won't be flawless, courtesy of Kaysan, who's got himself up to 5 kills. Yeah, I mean, after last night, we saw quite a lot of these sort of rounds, guys. A lot of the one-sidedness, a lot of the, you know, brutality. We've done predominantly most of OS this region, this stage. We haven't seen this kind of stuff. 2 nights of Asia, and this is all we keep seeing. Just beat down after beat down. Daystar putting the foot on the throat. They go 5-1 up into the half. Well, they started shining bright here on Lair. 5-1 lead. They have been emphatic. They've done literally nothing wrong, guys. 6 straight opening kills. Plant down twice in the opening half. 2 multi-kill rounds. They had a flawless. They had 3 rounds that they won with 4 alive. They only dropped a single round, which was basement in round 5. And even that was close towards the end of the round. Only 2 left up for Psychon Company. It was a 3v3. You couldn't really have asked for much more on their attacking side of Lair. It's actually pretty much identical to what we saw from them last night against HL Taur Esports on Nighthaven Labs, where they went 5-1 in that first half on the attack. They, of course, closed out the 2 defensive rounds to win 7-1. But in that match, we kind of expected it. I don't think we were expecting this against Psychon Company.
Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect. I felt like this was a potential outcome with a blowout, given how strong the top 2 have been, but there was always that shadow of doubt that Daystar wouldn't, in this kind of matchup, be able to do a Waybo-esque performance and dominate their opposition, but at least so far, that has absolutely been the case, and heading on to defense now, I don't really see much of that narrative really shifting, so credit to them, they've played well, they've made very, very, very few mistakes, and Psychon just outclassed, really, in this matchup. Again, they haven't... There's been a couple of errors here or there, of course, but it hasn't been particularly egregious. They've just been outmatched, and a good learning experience for them, and a bit of a wake-up call, I suppose, to some extent. And they'll be, of course, setting their sights on that final playdate shortly. But as mentioned before, and it could come back to bite them, this particular matchup, if they don't close this gap from here, and the likes of both Orchid and Soul's Heart, who they currently are drawn on with point, and currently already trailing by 3 rounds in terms of the differential, at least at the top of Soul's Heart, this could prove very, very costly. A big blowout here could mean that at the end of that final playdate, if the results shake out in such a way that they continue to be on a tie, or if there's a tiebreaker that needs to be decided between 4th and 5th position, it's important to reiterate that it is round differential. That is the first tiebreaker. It is not head-to-head. So getting smashed here tonight compromises them big time. And unfortunately for them, it may already be a case of too little too late. It's trailing by 4, now on attack. It's going to be really tough from here.
Yeah, as we said before, it's really just now for Psychon Company. Can they scrap some rounds for that round differential? I mean, it feels almost impossible to envision they're going to be able to replicate what Daystar just did. But you got to give it a crack and see how you go. Not much really more to lose in this game now. Yeah, it has gone down. I wonder if he just got peeked at a doorway somewhere. Potentially a window, maybe just a little out of position. Finished off by the frag grenade. That's a good start for Psychon Company. You get rid of the smoke, get rid of the gas babes. Still 2 nitros though, and the Shamika launcher of Souffle on Tachanka. Actually, sorry, 3 nitros. Many of Denial still remaining with the defense, and more work to be done for Psychon Company. Love this Mez control from Azuki as well. In your face, denying good position. For reference, I already had Mez controlled by a minute 40 in the first half. Love the peek up. Does get the down onto Fang. Good trade by Joe Gore. The aggression of Azuki doesn't really pay off all that much. He did have a nitro as well, and that one doesn't connect by Seal. This site now is vulnerable. Psychon Company are in a very winnable position.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Mounted good pressure in the round, and forcing plays like that from Pika. It's all about conversion from here. So much time. They can overwhelm the rest of this defense, and with the death mark on to Seal. Oh, surely he can't do much, but he does get 1.
Clean.
Oh, make it 2. They're back in the round. Kind of.
Not quite. I mean, he gets the 2 kills, but by the end of those 2 kills, he was also left low on health. He needed Souffle to stay alive. Well, Psychon Company are going to get this second round, unless
behind. Yeah.
No, not quite.
Yeah, I saw the creep from the side of my eye over towards that new bridge position, and unfortunately for Daystar, it was a success. Fortunately, though, for Psychon, who are able to convert the round. Nice work on the attack. Maybe there's just something a little more in this matchup. Positive signs for them to kickstart this second half, and in a matchup where every single round, irrespective of the result, is important. They've done a good job there to put their best foot forward. They had the advantage with Yao dying first to the Deimos. It forced out some ultra-aggressive plays from Daystar, which were very low percentage. Seal up to 9 kills, but then caught in the backside during that clutch attempt.
As many bombs as they can.
Yeah, it starts with 1 and yeah, feels that confidence a bit. I mean, have they been able to win round 6, it's a 4-3 scoreline game on, and momentum is theirs. They didn't, and so the gap is still quite wide. And I think in that round as well, I mean, Daystar also did a couple of little silly things with the runouts. They lost Yao early, didn't quite see how that pick was able to transpire.
10 seconds left.
So, I mean, you know that they can go back top floor and tighten the ship up and probably, you know, win that site.
Attackers must locate
But
and
I
defuse
don't
the
mind going basement here, try and get to 6 and then go back top floor. Again, a reminder for Daystar, all 3 points means that any win against Waybo on Playday 7 will see them take top seed going into finals. The hardest part about that is beating Waybo. By the way they're playing and the form they're in, I mean, who knows?
Yeah. It should be an even matchup. They got the same record, right? No, I think it's very much fair to say that they're potentially worlds apart, but maybe also not. It'll be a best of 1, so...
Well, I don't think it's worlds apart. We'll find out next week, but...
Maybe our definition of worlds is a little different. I don't think... I'm not going and expecting Waybo to 7-0 them, but I'm also not anticipating Daystar to win the game. But I think best of 3s is where it's really going to be the proper test. And given how much of a Farmers League Stage 1 has proven to be, a very fair assumption is we get a Waybo Daystar Grand Final for the top spot anyway, in the end.
I really,
the one and
I really
only
feel
slot.
like Asia should have 2 slots. One for one for Waybo, one for Daystar, but unfortunately Waybo lost that privilege at the major.
Whoever makes it to EWC is going to fight hard to get it back for the region.
Zuki gets the trade quickly onto Neon after Fang got the opening pick. The Psychon Company are making headway pretty decently on this basement site. They get rid of Azuki as well. Yeah, I mean, this is...
They're not messing around. Like, they're actually playing with confidence here in the second half, which is good to see, and it's exactly what needs to be injected into the server. And they're just keeping Daystar on their toes and forcing some low percentage plays, which I didn't really anticipate. So a couple of early warning signs here, maybe for Daystar. A lot less to lose in this matchup, it must be said, but for Psychon, of course, under a lot more pressure to perform.
That's nice for Pika. Yeah, I think they've still got an extra couple of gears they can get back up to. I think they were in full gear in that first half, and I think coming into this second half, I wonder if it was a mindset thing. They just relaxed a little bit, thought that the game was maybe done. You've got to give the respect over to Psychon Company. They're playing really well on the attack. Even K-Sun here doing so well against Pika. Yao is able to clean up the Blackbeard. 12 seconds now for Psychon Company. Joe Gore's going to go for the plant. Yao will hold towards Toxin, gets rid of Cav. Joe Gore's now either going to decide to stick or go for the kill. He is going to stick. Yao's going to start to make his move, get a little bit closer. Plant will be successful. He's just not quite 100% sure where he is. Into the corner. Really well played from Yao. He clutches up for Daystar. Oh, that got really close. The 8th round, ultra spicy, but Yao able to clutch. And that's 6 on the board for Daystar. No longer Psychon Company can get all 3 points. Daystar will go back top floor, you'd imagine, looking to close this one out. But Psychon Company, yeah, showing a little bit here on the attack of Lair.
Yeah, I didn't get a proper chance really to look at all their cams there, but looking pretty dejected after that round. And I suppose, to be fair, when you're 6-2 down and you're losing a 3v1, it's a tough situation, but they need to try and remain upbeat and positive here and try to just extract as many rounds as possible, because it could be incredibly important for Daystar, though. Good clutch from Yao. Did a 1v3 successfully by isolating each of those attackers and then not giving away his life for free against Joe Gore in that 1v1. Pika with a bit of credit as well for the impact that he was able to have on the round. Right here, not a lot of time. It threw the attack into disarray a little bit. The coverage there of the plant was not great. Played right into the hands of Yao, who just problem solved the very end of that round quite nicely by not over-aggressing or over-committing to the swing. Didn't rush anything and was rewarded with his patience. 4 opportunities now to close it out in regulation for Daystar. Top 4 up next.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. We've played 2 rounds in this half. They've actually already tied the amount of plants that Daystar got in that first half, which is a strong indication typically of an attacking team that's able to do well. Just unable to close out that previous round and now need 4 straight to force overtime and get something from this. But even if they don't get 4 straight, even if it's, you know, another 2 or 3 rounds, if they can just close that round differential gap, it'd go a long way in helping their cause of still trying to make top 4. I mean, this is the other part as well. Once you go finals and you're playing best of 3s, your map pool needs to be, you know, very strong. This might not be a map for Psychon Company in future if they don't work on it ahead of finals, provided they make it. Zuki thinking about a bathroom jump out.
A bomb has been located.
But I think this is the kind of round now, if you're Daystar, you just think, let's lock in on this one. Just play it compact. Stay around the site. Don't need to do silly runouts. Yeah, deny space, which they've controlled the map, both attack and defense, so well.
Yeah, Pika there just peels off New Ridge instead of taking the reaggress back onto the Blackbeard. So a disciplined decision from him midpoint of the round. Space has been taken storage side by Psychon as he tries to hold the back hit. Impact on the Rayora gate, but the line's held. He's so low on HP, still wins the fight.
Does he know
Once again, it hasn't been Joe Gore's day. Yep. 4 and 8.
Yeah.
It's been a rough stage.
Joe Gore gets baited into that because he knows he got Azuki very low. So he just wanted to keep trying to take that battle. Plus an entry position as well. I don't blame Joe Gore necessarily there. If anything, I thought Azuki was over aggressive considering he was on 5 HP, continuing to swing that window.
Yeah, he just won the fight.
If play goes down to Calf, Yao now falls as well. Zuki got one more onto Feng. In fact, they trade each other. Another little headshot trade. Azuki, of course, was low in health, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway with the headshots. Now it's a 2v2. And a lot less utility as well for the defense. Still with Kaysan on the Blackbeard. Oh, lovely angle held by Calf. Pika going for the peak, and this leaves it down to Seal.
I think Seal might have the clutch gene here, 30 seconds, but it is the Blackbeard to contend with. Plant going down.
And Cass got the hold here. Oh, maybe not. Oh, he baits out the Blackbeard from getting off the plant. That is so well played from Seal. That is a magnificent play. Oh my goodness. Talk about game sense and understanding what's going to happen if I do this. The fact that he makes the cross, goes for the shooter who's covering, and knows full well at that point there's enough time on the clock. The Blackbeard's going to get off and go for the swing. I mean, amazing game sense, really. But Daystar closed it out in that fashion. 7-2 over Psychon Company. I wasn't expecting that scoreline. I was, though, expecting this result.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that sentiment. Some big clutch moments from Daystar, helping get them over the finish line in a very comprehensive fashion, and the stage now very much set for a big derby between themselves and Waybo in the final playday. And for Psychon, they'll have to try and lick their wounds and pick themselves back up because their stage isn't over yet either. They'll have Soul's Heart in a few days' time, so an opportunity to recoup over the weekend, and hopefully they can take some learnings from this matchup. Whilst I don't think they made hugely egregious errors over the course of the map, there certainly were some that stood out, and if they can refine things, they'll certainly play better in that matchup, and as well can try and tap into another map in their pool as well, because Lair didn't look super comfortable for them. they just weren't quite able to activate some of those players that could have impact. And maybe that's a theme not so much just for this particular game, but also for the stage. Jogor, to me, just continues to stand out as a player that should be performing way better than he is, and unfortunately the numbers just aren't backing it up at the moment.
We have our interview ready with the ever fan favorite and our favorite as well. It's Harambe coming in for a chat. The old Harambe dance. Congratulations on the win. Very, very good. We are doing great. And obviously your boys did very good tonight. 7-2 against Psychon Company, who's had a pretty good stage so far. Harambe, they've been playing really well. You absolutely decimated, and that first half was sensational.
Yeah, we destroyed them.
Yeah, you did. Unfortunately for you though, next week, Waybo obviously going to be probably not as easy of a game. How are you approaching that one, right? It's a best of one. It might not mean a whole lot. The seeding's probably not going to be hugely impactful because you guys are probably going to take each other on in the grand final. Let's be real. So how do you prepare for that style of game that's a little bit strange in that regard?
We still want to fight for number 1 seed because it gives slight advantage going through the playoffs. So we still want to try, do our best, do the preps, play the game.
Harambe, just want to kind of talk about, I guess, the mindset shift that you guys will have, I guess, going into finals. I mean, obviously, you're going to still have to play Waybo, but as you want to win that. But going into finals, best of threes, you've only got the one slot. Are you going to change much up going into finals, or is it kind of just keep it the same based on what you've been doing so far this stage, which clearly has been working?
I think the mentality like this stage is so much different from before, because before we want to win against Waybo Gaming, but now we have to win against Waybo Gaming. So it's a big, I would say, drive for the players and also myself. Yeah, so we're gonna try our best.
Well, hopefully you can get over that hurdle. You get yourself a preview next week against them. Best of luck in that game, and of course, best of luck as well for finals to come in a few weeks' time.
Thank you.
Always lovely to chat with Harambe. 7-2 Daystar. Way too good tonight for Psychon Company. A little disappointed, guys. We kind of build the first 2 games as being really the close ones. Hopefully the next one will do a little bit better job at following that script. Team Orchid and Soul's Heart, like Psychon Company, of course, all vying for that top 4. Well, for Orchid and Soul's Heart, they get to go at each other tonight.
Yeah, the only thing separating the next 2 teams is 3 rounds over the course of the 5 maps that they've both played so far. So it's incredibly tight margins. It really should be a fight to the death in this best of 1, and it's going to have big implications heading into that final play-doh. So both will be giving it 110%.
All right, well, we're going to go to a short break. Huge game on the other side. The winner of this next game has a very high chance of making finals. We'll see who can come out on top.
그때 팀에 새로 합류했던 저랑 그 샤일이 일단 성장 팀의 수준에 맞추는 게 제일 급선무였었고, 그때 이제 점차 몇 개월씩 하면서 이제 실력이 어느 정도 괜찮아졌고, 이제 팀과 잘 어우러지면서 로컬 대회 지역 리그는 다 이겼고, 인비테이션을 딱 진출을 결정 지었을 때는 다들 엄청 좋아하긴 했는데 막 그렇게 놀라진 않았어요. 막 우연에 의해서 진출되거나 그런 게 아니었기 때문에 꽤 자신도 있는 상태였고, 그리고 인비테이션을 가서도 이제 플레이오프까지 진출은 했었어가지고 다들 뭐 기뻐는 했는데 막 엄청 놀라진 않았다, 그런 것 같아. 인비테이셔널 파리에 도착해가지고 연습실에 가서 스크림을 하는데, 이제 보통 아시아 같은 경우에는 티어 2, 티어 3까지 가면 이제 너무 실력의 차이가 많이 나거나 크게 도움이 되지 않는 경우가 많은데, 일단 티어 2, 티어 3 스크림을 유럽에서 해봤는데 저희보다 잘하거나 너무 다들 잘하는 거예요. 그래가지고 일단 그게 처음에 놀랐고, 그리고 이제 저희 반대 그룹 대회에서 이제 그 팀과도 스크림을 해봤는데 이게 딱 처음에 느꼈던 건 진짜 그 보이지 않는 벽이 있는 느낌이었고 그래서 되게 흥미롭고 재밌게 했던 것 같아요. 일단 플레이오프 진출했을 때 그때 이게 저희 손에 달린 문제가 아니었어가지고 그때 아마 BDS가 CAG를 이기면 저희가 진출을 하는 그런 상황이었던 걸로 기억을 하는데 그때 다들 모여가지고 그러니까 호텔 방 그 좁은 데에서 한 5-6명 모여가지고 다들 기도하면서 봤고 그리고 진출됐을 때 다들 막 소리 지르고 되게 좋아했었고 그리고 이제 플레이오프 당일날 이게 무대 메인 스테이지가 되게 멋지게 잘 꾸며져 있었거든요. 그래가지고 되게 설레는 마음으로 입장했던 것 같아요. 일단 스크림을 했을 때는 막 되게 갑갑하고 이길 수 있나 이런 생각이 들었는데 이게 저만 그런 걸 수도 있는데 대회만 들어가면 제가 뭐 하려던 것만 계속 잘하면 뭐 이길 수 있다 뭐 이런 느낌이 있었어가지고 생각보다 긴장 없이 대회 때는 잘 했던 것 같아요. 한국에 남아있는 막 친구나 가족이 다 지켜보고 있다고 열심히 하라고 막 응원해줬던 기억은 있는데 제가 애초에 제가 지금 리그가 어떻게 되고 있는지 설명을 잘 안 해줘가지고 아마 크게 막 엄청 뭐라 해야 될까 제가 잘 설명을 안 해준 것도 있고 해가지고 막 부모님이나 친한 친구 아니면은 그렇게 막 메시지가 오거나 그러진 않았던 것 같아요. 다들 엄청 고맙다고 생각하고 있고 뭐 솔직히 부모님 특히 부모님 같은 경우에는 게임 막 잘 모를 텐데 저 나온다고 계속 막 집에서 TV로 봐주고 하는 게 저한테 위안이 됐던 것 같아요. 일단 그룹 스테이지에서 플레이오프 간 거로도 되게 다들 기뻐했고 근데 이제 플레이오프 스테이지에서 첫 상대였던 메이커스였는데 그때 좀 이제 실력 차이를 많이 느끼게 됐고 이제 그걸 계기로 한국에 돌아와서 진짜 그 경험을 토대로 이것저것 연구하고 다들 더 열정이 많아진 모습이었어요. 제일 아쉬웠던 경기는 그룹 스테이지 때 그 다크제로 상대로 먼저 5점인가 따냈었나 그랬는데 이제 8대6으로 아마 졌었던 걸로 기억하는데 그 경기가 제일 아쉬웠고요. 특히 제가 조금 활약했던 경기이기도 해서 더 그렇게 생각이 드는 건지도 모르겠는데 그거랑 같은 그룹 스테이지 경기 때 G2랑 했었는데 제가 클러치 한번 못한 것도 아쉽다고 생각하고 있고 좋았던 기억은 아마 클럽하우스에서 7대4로 페이지를 한번 이겼었던 것 같아요. 그게 좋았던 기억.
Well, I got to stop saying big game coming up here because who knows what's going to happen in Asia. But hopefully, fingers crossed, it's going to be a good one. Two teams fighting for a spot in the top 4 in Team Orchid and Soul's Heart, guys, which for all intents and purposes, on paper, it should be a good game. We'll have to see what happens, though, inside of the server when we get there.
Yeah, they are separated again by just the 3 rounds on the standings. Soul's Heart +5, Orchid +2. Completely dead even on points. 9 total for each. This is a big game for both of these two teams. Doesn't guarantee anything, but heading into the final play day will certainly give them a little bit of additional safety as we look across at the Soul's Heart outfit first. Last time out, a pretty rough game for them. A 7-5 victory over Elevate, and to the credit of Elevate, probably playing some of the better seeds that we have actually witnessed so far from them for this first stage. It's been rough for them, but Soul's Heart let some pretty egregious opportunities slide over the course of this particular matchup and weren't as refined, not as clinical as they probably would have wanted to be. And if they had been a little more dominant in this matchup, they would have been able to inflate that round differential a little more, giving them a little bit more of a safety cushion, because there is again that possibility that it is influential at the end of the stage. But heading into this particular matchup, they'll be looking to refine that. I'm expecting them to play better, and I would probably go as far as to say that they're my favorite team for this matchup.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I think that for me, both teams have a pretty good shot at winning this one. We have a little custom graphic as well, by the way, regarding Iron 9, as we just see him there on the screen. You know, obviously, not only has he played with the likes of Crit J, they call us BG, man, I feel like he's now played against them for as long as he played with them. He's been an absolute staple in the region. And, you know, in some ways, you think back about the many years ago and the brotherhood of playing together, playing against each other in that time frame. It's been a bit of a family affair, I think, when it comes to the interregional Thai players in this region over the last, probably 4 to 5 years at this point now. It's going to be, honestly, a little bit bittersweet and sad the day that I9 hangs up the mouse in a couple of years' time, because it feels like he's been around for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of the Thai rivalry, it just always seems to have the ability to produce big matchups that are at the next level, where both teams really lock in and have that extra level of determination to get a result. Looking across at their opposition for Team Orchid tonight, and while I do think that maybe Soul's Heart have a slight edge, that could potentially just be a little bit of the heart speaking as opposed to the mind, because these guys have a stacked team with a lot of experience. Crit J has at times, and many may argue still is, one of the best Thai players to touch the game, period. He's been in decent form over the course of this particular stage, but it hasn't just been him. BG's really stood up for me this stage, and Lycolis continues to be a really strong leadership figure for the team. So they're pretty well rounded at the moment. They're still very much trailing behind the top 2, but as we keep saying, a result tonight would get them within arm's reach.
Yeah, I mean, a really good win yesterday against Psychon Company for what was a really close match. So a lot of defining moments mattered. A lot of the rounds were close. A lot of big clutches, a lot of big plays. I thought they looked really solid. It definitely deserved the win that they got, 7-5 on Chalet, which, had they not won that game, I mean, who knows what the conversation would have been coming into tonight. Arguably, this game would have probably been must win. It still feels like that a little bit. They do play Fury on the final day, which is the easiest matchup of the teams vying for top 4. So they do have that in the back pocket as we go to the map Vetos. It's either going to be Consulate or Bank, and the final map is indeed Consulate. Orchid getting to start on the defense first up.
Yeah, Consulate. Okay, so looking across at the numbers for these two teams, we have a couple of data points. Orchid playing it 3 times, but a negative win rate for them, 1-2. Soul's Heart also negative 1-3 with just the 1 additional map played. So both of these two teams actually last taking on Daystar over 60 days ago. So there's been some change-ups, there'll be some refinement, and this match should be a banger. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed indeed. Let's get into it. Consulate awaits as we've got Orchid versus Soul's Heart. Well, a chance to make top 4 for these two teams. It's not win and you're in or lose and you're out, but it goes a long way. In terms of Playday 7 to follow next week, Soulsheart are then going to go play a Psychon Company who just got torn apart by Daystar. So that's a big result. Orchid get Fury. They'll be favorites for that match. So a tiny little bit less pressure on Orchid, but you certainly don't want to be giving 3 points either way to your opponent in this one. So the loser's going to feel really downtrodden. The winner's going to feel as if they're one step away, with which they will be, of making finals. Huge game. Hopefully it plays up to the billing. Orchid on the defense as we head into the bans.
Yeah, I think it's probably fair to say that these two teams are favored in their upcoming matchup, barring one of them getting smashed tonight, for instance, and then maybe that raises a red flag, but I highly doubt that will happen. So it does mean that this game could be the determining factor. It could be what separates them going forward. We'll see how it shapes up. Orchid on defense first. The bans Ying, Snake, Goyo, Smoke. So big focus on denial. That will maybe free up top floor a little bit more so here for the attack. Despite that, we'll see it selected first by the defense. As for the attacking and defensive win rates for both of these two teams, as I said, there's a decent amount of data. 3 maps for Orchid, 4 for Soulsheart. On the side of Orchid, their attacking win rate is a pretty measly 28%. So that's going to be certainly something to watch in the second half. Defensively, though, very, very strong, 72%. Soulsheart also poor on attack, only 33%. Defensively, also trailing their opponents at 59%, which doesn't quite make up for the shortfall with the attack only being narrowly ahead. So, yeah, it's interesting. It could end up being a very defender-sided affair between these two. And attacking rounds could come at a premium.
DCH going in for the quick repel. No, he cancels it. Crit J goes down. I mean, that is a wonderful early kill for Soulsheart. I'm not going to lie, for a split second, I thought DCH was repelling into Crit J and it might have gone the other way. Well, you take that if you're attacking here in the first half on Consulate. That's a good way to open up. You get rid of the star player inside of the server. And opens up a CO meeting site now where typically teams can just feel as if they have to go for the repel in plant default here or the slow push across for the meeting site here. Now you can actually spread the defense a little bit. Have the numbers for 2 more minutes. And might force Orchid into have to, at some point finding a way to just go for a counter punch, probably in the next 40 seconds or so, once Soulsheart get into position looking for the execute.
Yeah, we'll see if Soulsheart can play with a bit of freedom here. And how Orchid look to critically get themselves back into this round. They're probably going to have to take some risk, and with that comes the potential for the round to blow out. But like Coles takes his chance with both hands. Scatman falls, IQ off the board. Not that the utility in that instance will be hugely influential. This holdover towards vending, though, yet to be disrupted. BG Man with shield to play. A little more of a defensive shield as opposed to the ultra aggressive one flush on the machine itself. And so he's tasked with holding reception as well. Minute to go. And utility now to be dispersed by Soulsheart. The Grim will flush BG Man out. That's a lot of space now that can be taken by the attack.
It just feels like Soulsheart has just been stalled out. They're trying to get some pressure here from DCH down below inside the lounge. They lose I9. He was already low, so Peep's able to get the damage to finish him off. BG Man knows that DCH is likely to want to probably push up Spiral. So he takes that position. They've got the extra number now. Mr. Punch trying to find the angle onto Lycolis. He's able to achieve that kill, but as he makes his way up, DCH gets caught. BG Man's earlier positioning, making sure that that Spiral position was not going to be the path forward for DCH. Mr. Punch left over towards default, and he loses out to the battle against Peeps as Orchid will get the opening round.
Yeah, some nice fight back there from Lycolis when it was in the 4 versus 5. It felt like there was probably going to be a world in which they had to take high risk to net that pick back for the 4-4, and whilst we didn't capture it, I don't think it would have actually been too crazy of a play. Likely just holding a line and did a good job to land the shots required. And whilst Soulsheart then laid it with some good flush out util, we had the reception Grim, for instance, bit of pressure over towards Spiral. That was well withstood by BG Man in particular. If he had have lost full control there and those on site were getting pressured vending side, the round plays out quite differently and it would have been more challenging for the defense to maintain control default side. So yeah, credit there to Orchid. They did a good job. Start of the round was pretty comical. And Crit J will be frustrated by that. Fight back was okay. 3 versus 3. That right there, that was a huge moment. Good work from Orchid. And you can see already there in the first round getting pretty animated, which feels like a rarity.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, and every time we end up casting Orchid, and Peeps is just always putting in a solid performance, it's hard to go past him and his continued rise. We spoke about him yesterday, actually, with like Colas in the interview, and yeah, I mean, they feel like he's still got even more room to improve, which is quite scary. If Crit J's the best from the region, I think Peeps has got the future to maybe even go past him one day, which is a bright sign for the Asia region and certainly for those from Thailand. Crit with the license over towards Yellow Stairs on the Mozzie, trying to cut off some of the information on the drones. The basement on Consulate these days is really team orientated. Some teams just look to avoid it, and Scatman looks to just go straight into sight. Now he gets absolutely decimated by the Razor Bloom, and by setting that off as well, he gives information away to Orchid that someone is in garage. Well, I mean, you would think.
Activated at the moment. I reckon he's hidden. Oh! It's
like Colas, by the way, that's on the other side of that wall.
Saw him, but like Colas, I don't think saw him in return. This is an awkward standoff. 90 seconds. There's a lot of time for Soulsheart.
How have they not realized that Razor Bloom's gone off and someone's pushed garage? Unless they think it got triggered and then they're falling back out. BG Man goes down to Mr. Punch. With this deep position from Scatman, he should get this kill. He's still... Oh, no. He took so long on the trigger discipline, and he misses the first shot, and like Hollis does that turnaround headshot is not easy to land. Scatman was so low, but it didn't matter because he hit the headshot anyway. Talk about missed opportunity for Soulsheart after getting the opening kill and having that deep garage pressure from the Nook presence. That guy goes up onto the ceiling and forces Mr. Punch out of dungeon, and it's backfired now for Soulsheart.
Yeah, that really sucks for Scatman, who was in a position of power. Bit of a Hail Mary now situation where Soulsheart looked to creep in through breach. I9, he can step up in these moments. Still yet to be identified in garage and taken down. I don't know how. Standing out in the open. And elsewhere, Crit J gets caught. Is this still maybe winnable for Soulsheart? I9 low. Smoke deployed. The Maestro is theirs. Courtesy of the Bravo. 15 seconds.
Yeah. Whoa. They just had to rush it in. Peeps gets the last 2 kills. Another strange round here tonight for Asia. Scatman will be ruining his missed opportunities. I do wonder if that was a team communication. The initial trigger discipline's fine in isolation. You don't want to just get the free kill and then announce that, you know, the garage presence already. You kind of want to wait for everyone to get into position. So you have to, you know, take that into account, that the overall trigger discipline's not bad, but it's just the fact that when he finally got the license to shoot, he misses his shot and then he's instantly quick headshot, bang.
He tried to play it so patiently, and with the Maestro camera hacked, and I don't think, even if there was other additional information that was available, being the Nook perfectly cloaked against it, he was in such a good spot to try and catch somebody off guard, and that also wasn't the first time he elected not to shoot. Like, Colas' head peeped up earlier to that. He didn't shoot the first time around, delayed the second time, and then paid the ultimate price. Super, super unfortunate.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, like Cola saw him that time around and hit a sharp shot. That's now 2 hugely impactful kills from Lycolas, by the way. Back in the last round on the Tachanka top 4, he was able to wrangle back to a 4 versus 4, and in that particular round, it goes without saying, by winning that duel and taking the Nook off the board, a lot of that immediate site pressure was alleviated. So Lycolas certainly has not got the historical precedence of being a hugely impactful fragger, but
well, I mean, there's a
clearly
difference between volume and impact, right?
Yeah,
so, I
that's
mean, he
also
gets the
true.
impact kills. He's not going to be someone that's going to rack up, you know, 15, 20 like Peeps and Crit J. But he, like, you know, even BG Man is someone who, I mean, BG Man can frag. He's had stages where he's almost, I think, sometimes been the top fragger. But it's all about the impact kills. And certainly in this match so far, through these 2 rounds, the impact kills have been better from Orchid. We kind of look at the survivability, 3 alive, 3 alive. Solskjaer have had some opportunities. And interestingly enough, they've gotten the opening kills both times. So clearly they started the rounds well, but Orchid are just winning these key battles. And that's the difference at the moment, and might almost be a 3rd opening kill. Peeps takes a few shotgun pellets to the head.
Electro sensor on.
yeah, it's certainly been no shortage of awkward early duels in this matchup. And so Peeps now for the remainder here of round 3 will need to just be considerate of that. And it doesn't last long. Scatman confirms the first kill of the round. And that will now mark 3 straight opening kills for Soul's Heart. But not quite a round to show for it just yet. Orchid have shown good fight back in the 4v5. And we'll see just how much risk they elect to take here in said 3rd round. As Crit J gets flushed. The pressure. Good shot. But the nade does stick.
Tense moment here. Again, Orchid have been the better at these sort of moments in these sort of fights. And again, this time Solotic. White swings, gets the kill onto Scatman. They equal things back up again.
Payload on target.
Well, right now, the presence is more on the first floor for Soul's Heart, more on the top floor for Orchid. It is, of course, Piano and Expo. Really feels like there's a lot here on the shoulders of I9. He needs to probably win this, and he does. Lovely headshot from I9. But Mark wins his battle. He was the first floor defender for Soul's Heart, and he too was able to get his huge clutch. And Lycolas, well, now he's the solo. Mark opened up the site. And Lycolas just doesn't have the ability to go and deny. Finally, Soul's Heart are on the board. I9 wins a crucial battle. Mark won the battle against the solo defender on the first floor. And that's all she wrote. Finally, they win the impact fights.
Yeah, it was relying on a couple of 50-50 duels up above. It wasn't necessarily Soul's Heart being able to leverage site control and force a retake or the denial from Team Orchid. It was some isolated duels with 30 seconds-ish left on the clock. And so strategically, maybe not the most convincing round, but mechanically, it most definitely was, and that's not to take away from their first round of the match so far, and finally being able to convert an entry, which has been a strength for them on that first rotation. 3 from 3. We'll look back at the round. It was temporarily a 4 versus 4, but DCH and his frag grenade landed, and this was a key moment. I9 landing a very sharp shot up above. And Lycolas wasn't able to get inside of the potential range there for the plant denial. Was shut down nicely there by Soul's Heart. And we now return to the top floor, defended successfully in that opening round.
Oh, it's a bit more reward for effort, isn't it, for Soul's Heart? They've started these rounds really nicely, all 3 of the opening rounds, and had opportunities in the first 2. But even still, the round that they do win, it's another sort of 3v3, got to win a couple of really crucial battles. This time they were able to. I mean, I kind of look at this game in isolation now, 3 rounds in, and there's no clear standout between these 2 teams, which is a great sign for us that we're going to hopefully continue to get a really good game of Siege. These 2 teams have just gone back and forth. It's coming down to, really big swings, really big battles. There's no you know, rush-in dominance from Soul's Heart, where they're just ripping the defense apart. Orchid aren't just completely shutting Soul's Heart out, so Soul's Heart are getting some opportunities. Yeah, Consulate as a map can sort of provide that at times as well. But so far, so good in terms of what we're getting, entertainment-wise. These two teams, I think we both felt coming into this game were pretty equal. And what we've seen so far does suggest that. The Thunderbird.
Yeah. Perhaps in anticipation for the Dockerby, but evidently not selected in this opening round, and it's really just the Grim for info. It's a lot more util based here from Soul's Heart. They can use the floors to chip away at the vending side setup. And then I9 offers an intriguing opportunity here on the Blitz to be a little more dynamic. Last time out, Soul's Heart did not have the Blitz. In fact, no shield on that opening attempt. Nor did they have the Rayora here, so it might be a particular set play they have in the strat book. Could also be potentially based on what they did see last time out. Midpoint of the round, and they've got in control on the required side of the map, as like Hollis does not want to forfeit here, trying to continually pressure outside breach. As that was taking place, the Rayora did fall, and we'll see if that now starts to deteriorate the effectiveness of this push.
Plank going down from Mark inside a meeting. I mean, there's enough defenders up that surely this can get denied. It's getting a little close. This is too late. Doesn't even throw it. You just cannot allow that. Mark has just slipped in through the door, quite literally, and gone for the plant. They do have the extra number available for the retake, but even still, where's the urgency right now from Orchid? Double stack over towards Long Desk, sensing pressure from Spiral. This is all just too easy right now for Soul's Heart. And we talk about a close, combative game, as Peeps goes on for the counter defuse. He gets off it, then back on it. They are fighting the kills. To be fair, the only player we're watching right now is Mr. the Punch. He gets his kill. The rest of them could not. Lovely cover from Crit J. Orchid win the round.
Yeah, the urgency maybe wasn't immediate, but I think they were just trying to find a little more information. They were kind of just running into the dark there with little to play off. Some of the post-plant positions there from Soul's Heart were probably not as effective as they otherwise would have wanted. And certainly that key barrier right at the end, a key piece of utility pocketed there from Crit J, and it makes a difference. Had that have not been the case, likely it would have been denied. And who knows, it could have opened the route back into the round for Soul's Heart to clutch up there in the post, but not to be. Oh, DCH, yeah, caught with the launcher in hand, always the risk when you play the Rayora. No form of plant denial from Orchid, but some of that utility they held was used effectively in the post, so ultimately able to convert what is typically in Siege a very low percentage play once the plant is stuck and secured. Especially in that kind of scenario with so many members left in solid positions for the attack, the chance of the defense retaking and winning out is remarkably low. So credit to them, they played it well.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Soul's Heart now required to attack into basement. Last time it was pretty experimental with the Nook Lurk in the objective for the majority of the round. It didn't quite work out. This time though, they'll take that out and instead probably an emphasis this time on the Vert. They'd bring the Ram again, but they also bring Deimos into the comp this time around. That was a lot of damage, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the DCH. He's got a pretty important job later in this round. Open up the floorboards with the Boogie Auto Breacher. Well, Deathmark's not going to require much from I9 other than just knowing Peeps is sitting basement. 6 and 1 for Peeps. He's been very dynamic. Got the counter defuse in the last round with a bit of help from Crit J on the cover. Those two have been pretty handy so far for Orchid in this half, like Olis too. Oh, Crit J. I don't think he was actually expecting that contact here from Scatman. Just the way he kind of turned the corner to me was a little lackadaisical and not really the kind of turn where you're looking for the shot. Scatman somewhat allowed that cross, and he takes damage for it. It's Soul's Heart that have kind of come off worse in the opening 2 exchanges in this round, and we've gone halfway through this 5th round, still 5v5. But they are somewhat struggling to get into good positions for this basement execute. There's I9 though from top yellow. Kill onto Crit J. Another opening kill for Soul's Heart. Make that 4 from the opening 5 rounds. But it's not translating on the scoreboard. That Nitro's not going to connect.
No, a little delay there from Sylvatic.
I
I think he wanted to back himself in to get the kill, but the hesitation proved costly. Also means there's no nitros remaining for any plant denial utility. And so Colas will now be the biggest win con for Orchid in denying that plant, one would presume. Smoke's being layered in, still 2 available for Mr. Punch. Mark tries to dash in, but he gets caught. The smoke layering there has been pretty dreadful from Soul's Heart. It proves very costly. They still have the advantage though.
Concerned about the time and concerned that Scatman and DCH are very low on health. I mean, even though it was a 4v3, now 3v3, this is still Orchid's round to lose for mine. Pushing out a yellow, not easy. At this point, Orchid can just play the time, sit back. There is a yokai inside a garage. Like Cola's getting ready. Razor Bloom, the one that gets the kill. 99 can't make his way in. Surely DCH hasn't got a chance. No way he hits those shots. He doesn't have the time to even run to like Cola's. The fact that it even came down to a 1v1. Incredible shooting. But it's another round that goes against Soul's Heart in a close one. 4-1 lead for Orchid. They're just winning these little battles.
I think for me, that's probably the first round where I've looked at it and assessed it, and I think Soul's Heart fell well short of the mark there. The util layer there for the smoke plant / play for the entry was really not on. Right here, Mark's running into the open. There was a gap there in the smoke. I'm fairly certain, and that's what allowed the vision there from the defense to deny that. And whilst they still had advantage, 2 players low on HP made the last push tough. DCH heroic, but with no time left, he was unable to take on that final fight. So yeah, a little less refined from Soul's Heart really than was required there. If you want to go for the glass / smoke entry plant, it has to be well timed. That the utility needs to be layered properly. Even then, it can still be pretty risky if the defense is clued in quickly enough and has a good read.
10 seconds left.
But they didn't really give themselves as much of a shot in that round as they otherwise would have liked. So
5 seconds to go.
it's now a critical round. Don't want to be trailing 5-1 heading into that
Attackers are
second
moving to
half.
defuse a bomb.
There was the expectation, I think I highlighted at pre-round 1, that both of these 2 teams historically have struggled on the attack, but still a 1v5, 1-5 round gap is going to be very, very difficult to recover from, even just mentally.
Information from like Colas on the pulse. Oh,
Hello.
oh, freebie onto Scatman. Yeah, it's been a rough one for Scatman. 1-6 now. A really good heads-up play from like Colas. He may not have too much points in the server behind Peeps, but he's probably been almost their best. He gets just their second opening kill of the half. The advantage now for Orchid. Soul's Heart on the back foot here and staring down the barrel of 1-5. And look, don't get me wrong, Consulate can lead itself into these kind of one-sided affairs, and second half will, well, be the second half. You're going to get your own chance on defense, but it's still 1-5. You don't want that. This round is crucial. Soul's Heart need to bring this one back.
Doesn't land midpoint of the round eclipses. Jay's in a rough spot again. He loves playing this position. Good flash.
I mean, that's top floor. They get that now. So it's top floor v first floor. Site is, of course, Piano Expo. Now that Nitrocell is one to forget. Someone get him a ladder. Maybe he can go up and grab it. And Peeps has retaken over towards meeting, and even despite the early warning shots, Mark goes for the peek. Peeps literally just shot as if he's saying, hello, I'm over here, and Mark is just like, all right. Advantage again for Orchid, and now Soulsheart have to contend with the fact there's someone up on the second floor. They've got no one because there's only the two players on the first floor towards the site. And so they're going to have to double push together. And you've got like Cola sitting basement. They've got the pinch. They've got one top floor, one basement, and one on the first floor.
Deploying sensor.
It's going to be a sandwich and,
And
all
all the
the
info.
in the middle. Yeah. If Orchid throw this round, it's an all-timer. Absolutely theirs to lose.
Team's in position. They have all the information. I9 even went for a quick check over towards bot yellow. Does not matter. 5-1 is coming up. That's Kit down. I9 with a pistol headshot onto Peeps just for the KD. But the round and the half is going the way of Orchid. Another one there from I9 at the end. 5-1 lead though as Orchid 2 rounds away from a huge result. We'll find out in the second half if they can get the job done. Well, standout half for Orchid. They have the 5-1 lead heading into their attack on Consulate. And it is a game of two halves. Soulsheart see what they can do on the defense to try and bring this game back. It is quite important that they do. And for many different reasons, as we were kind of saying in the previous match with Psychon Company and Daystar, firstly, round differential, but secondly, you've got to try and get some points in this game. I mean, even if you don't get all three, if you can at least deny Orchid the ability to get all 3 points, but Orchid are playing Fury on play day 7, so you're probably going to expect Orchid to win that game, which then, if we do get this result, guys, it's looking far more likely that on play day 7, Soulsheart versus Psychon Company, then that's probably shaping up to then be the battle for fourth, if this finishes the way that it does.
Yeah, it's been pretty tough for Soulsheart so far. Despite 4 opening kills in that initial half, they struggled to convert. And I was having a look across at their numbers for Stage 1 and the 5 maps they've played so far. While they did trail on entry -3, their conversion when they won that first duel, it's at almost 80% heading into the night. So they've really dropped the ball in that regard here so far. The question will now be, is that more so a hindrance and an issue on attack? Or is that going to bleed into defense? Because, again, As I said before, both of these two teams have historically struggled attacking into this map. So if Soul's Heart can continue to find entry and that conversion balloons back up, where it probably is more likely to on defense, there could still be something in this game, but they've left themselves with little room for error, which is always the issue when you go 5-1 or 6-0 and a half. You have to really not drop the ball and pick it up straight away here in round 7.
It's not like it hasn't been done before. What are Soul's Heart made of? Theo meeting for the first round of the half. Sends Blackbeard with a lot of frag grenades. 8 to be exact. Which certainly, looking at this lineup composition for Soul's Heart, those frag grenades can actually do quite a lot in this round. Yeah, Vulcan canisters, Razor Blooms, Denari tripwire connectors. Not all of the Razor Blooms and tripwire connectors have been placed at the moment, though. But there's more frag grenades than there are Razor Blooms, so DCH, you're not really going to win that battle. and no catch either. So that shield just goes down. Vulcan canister pop as well, 2 for 1. Halfway through the round, but they are starting to push Soul's Heart back, away from vending, away from this hallway. To double stack over towards long desk. That's typically what you want if you are looking for an admin across push.
Yeah, they've created space nicely at the opening portion of this round. The sense as well could be an intriguing layer of util here for Orchid to try and exploit. Probably use to cut off some of the longer angles, and then they can shape up for default. 5 calls as well, still up for like Colas. If they sink this, I think the attacker in a pretty strong position at the moment. Just can't afford to bleed a pick for free here.
Got the payload out onto I9, like Colas. Lovely. No, that was actually I9. They got the kill onto Crit J. I thought it was going to be from like Colas. I9 goes down eventually. But too quick for Orchid. Gives them the chance now as the RAU goes out from Peeps. Peeps then gets the kill. He goes double digits. Scoutman can't do anything about their shield screens. DCH getting the call. Peeps, as the curtain comes down, the Reaper's on the other side. Scoutman's 1-6, needs to deny plant, win a 1v4 clutch. It seems unlikely. It seems impossible. And it seems as if 6-1 will be the scoreline in favor of Orchid, not even getting that nitro out and thrown. It's a point secured. It's OT secured. And it means as well for Soul's Heart, all 3 points no longer a possibility. Orchid, with this result, as things stand, has now jumped up into 3rd place. Win will solidify it.
This is quite the result. I can't believe how one-sided it is. And yeah, as you're talking about the standing implications, keep in mind that Orchid were trailing Soul's Heart by a matter of 3 points in round diff heading into this game. And well, they've been able to basically now flip that on its head. This is potentially, if they close it out clinically from here, going to be a massive boost for them. And you'd hate to be Soul's Heart and lose out in the final playday due to that tiebreaker. It is possible off the back of this potential result. They have not shown up tonight in a critical matchup, and Orchid have really not put a foot wrong. They've gotten that young gunner of Peeps activated. Like Colas has had 5 hugely impactful kills over the course of this matchup. And the one attack we've seen so far was executed flawlessly with the Sands. They isolated reception. Love that little play with the prone into the curtain falling. It just all fell into place so nicely for them. And Soul's Heart, on the flip side, they have not had any kind of response. I'd love to see these two go head-to-head in a best of 3 to see if it would be a little more competitive. But the reality is, even that too is now not a guarantee. Soul's Heart are going to be fighting big time in that final playdate. Again, a tricky matchup for them as well against Psychon. Basically will be do or die. This evening has been far from their best.
And the round differential is really just gonna, blow a hole for Soul's heart. Especially if this ends 7-1. It's always the chance on defense you can string a couple of rounds together before eventually being toppled over. See if they can at least manage that. Although, I guess the round differential conversation is weakened considering Soul's heart will play Psychon Company on the final play day, and it's looking far more likely that that particular result will actually just determine it straight up. Which is probably somewhat good news as well for Psychon Company, considering their earlier beatdown from Daystar. A slow round here, though, pacing-wise from Orchid. I mean, we've gone through 90 seconds. Not a lot has really developed, which, to be fair for Basement, can play in that fashion. Peeps got taken low. Like, Hollis makes the push down. Yellow, easy shot in the back onto Mr. Punch. There's the opening pick and turned around just in time. I know wins it anyway, and then lovely follow-up onto BG Man. Gridlock Stingers aren't going to do enough to dissuade I9, who's definitely trying his best to salvage things for Soul's heart.
Oh, and then Hort and DCH. Low, but wins the duel. Scatman 1-7. Key fight coming up. Oh, deleted over towards yellow. So 2 versus 2. A narrow HP advantage to Orchid, although it is fairly even at this point. Double nade left. One between the two. Or one each, I should reiterate. 40 seconds on the clock. DCH does have vert potential here towards yellow door and info.
Mark's got the angle, hits the shot onto Peeps. Solotic. Can he close this out 7-1, or do we need another round? Really, it's the battle against Mark that's going to matter the most, because DCH so low. DCH, though, he's got the angle, and Mark then swings off the contact. There's 2 on the board for Soul's heart. Now we need a little bit more time here on Consulate. Not done yet. Good round from I9. He's battle over towards Yellow Stairs. That's where this round was probably won for them.
Yeah, it was a pretty brutal back and forth in that corner of the map, but they were able to just hold on. And so it will be the tertiary site up next. Lycolis with impact again. But he couldn't withstand the pressure from I9, who was giving it his all in that round. The onus then was on Mark and DCH to get the job done with one below, one above, and in good positions to swing and find trades. They were able to confirm the round and push this match 1 round longer. And as you said before, although round diff may not necessarily matter too much for the head-to-head, it may potentially have influence in terms of final standings still. It's so hard to say. The only reason I'm saying that is, unfortunately for one of these teams, they're going to finish 4th, and most likely, pending Waybo Daystar, of course, it may mean you have Waybo in the first round. And so, of course, you need to beat them at some point if you want to go to EWC, but 4th place probably not where you want to be at the end of the group stage, although that's probably the last thing these guys are thinking of, considering just getting into the 4 is of most concern at the moment. And unfortunately for Soul's heart, they are, yeah, not having a good day at the office so far, still trailing by 4. Looking to hold on here on the tertiary side. They win this, return top and build some form. It starts to put pressure back on Orchid, but Orchid are still very much chilling out at the moment. Uh-oh.
And Crit J in position.
Well, he made a bit of noise. Oh, he got spotted on the cam. Either way, it's a yellow ping for the defense.
It's also a drone onto I9. Doesn't matter. They get the opening kill onto Mark from Orchid. Oh, I9, it just continues to hit these ridiculous shots. That one through the skylight. Well, sit down, Solotic. Peeps has the intel off the radar. Backs away from the contest.
Careful.
My radar's
Oh, this snake's going to be influential as Peeps can try to flush out this top floor hold. Mr. Punch's spiral, DCH meeting, and Crit J will now aid in this push forward. Over the midpoint of the round, and both players spotted on the radar. Now DCH gets left on an island. Is he able to escape? Is he able to find a pick and fall back? Forced now to tuck. He might be stuck here as Mr. Punch wins out elsewhere. DCH is able to rotate out.
Airdrop is ready.
50 seconds remaining in the round. Souls Heart looking to try and extend this game and certainly help maybe with the round differential, but then also get closer to getting this maybe to overtime. Get this to 6-3, then it's only 3 more. Very doable. The way that I9's playing, he just kind of has that aura about him in this match that he can make the difference. Go on a little bit of a run. And he is on the move. Good lounge up close. Easy kill onto Lycolis. That's get down. Crit J lost his battle, and this is going to be a 3rd round acquired for Soul's Heart. We've seen plenty of comeback movies before. We might just be watching another one in real time. 6-3, 2 straight. And a little bit of nerves might just be heading the way of Orchid.
Yeah, not quite yet, but we're teetering on it at the moment. Orchid are finding it difficult to deal with some of this mid to late aggression from Soul's Heart, and I completely agree. I9 does have aura about him at the moment. There's always a handful of games every stage where he eats something different for breakfast. I don't know what it is, but he just isn't killable. And he's really activating towards the tail end of this map so far with some good heads-up plays. Did a good job in that particular round disrupting the lobby hit. As we prepare for round 10, Alla Snake off the board. Snake has been pretty influential this half, picked in the last 2 comps for Orchid. And we'll see if taking away some of the info gathering will slow down these pushes. We do return to top 4. It was dominant from Orchid last time out, despite being the primary site. So Soul's Heart still with quite a lot of pressure to work their way through for this round. Orchid brought the sense for long angles late. They got control east side very early, very comprehensively. They didn't really run into much resistance at all. So we'll see what they shape up for this time. No sense indicating that, well, maybe even CEO side this round, or at least a different kind of execute. Soul's Heart won't have to worry with the same belt of utility, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of pressure mounted in this round still.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb. The attacker's bomb diffuser.
The problem is it just takes one slip up. What happens if I9, who's been aggressive, looking for these fights, getting some really good kills, if he gets one that goes against him, you kind of lose a lot of your firepower and honestly creative playmaker. The round can then quickly slip away from you and you end up losing the game. There's a lot on his shoulders. But at the same time, when you are on attack and the defense is just, you know, stopping you, it starts to just feel like you're banging your head up against a brick wall, running out of ideas. The CO meeting, though, is at least the site that they did win last time for Orchid's sake in the opening round of this second half. And did so comfortably. Burger payload onto I9, which is really the best target that you could try and abuse that. But this round, Soul's Heart are keeping it very close to the site, including I9.
So a yellow creep earlier than from Orchid. I wonder if this will end up being a commit with the Blackbeard to play frontline post drop. Layering util now simultaneously with the Deimos and the Dokkaebi. The drop to follow. Orchid commit. And Soulside aren't immediately ready. Mr. Punch has to answer this call. He at least gets away with it.
Frag grenade doesn't quite connect onto him, and the Blackbeard goes down. J connects with a Vendetta from below inside a piano. Mark with the Nitro Soul shuts down Celotic. Soul's Heart are just continually winning these battles and staying ahead of the curve. No Blackbeard. Doesn't really help the entry now for Orchid. J gets rid of TCH. Another call. Quickly answered. And Deathmark onto Scatman's position. Little tag from Peeps. And damage onto I9. Well, the pressure will mount now into the final 30 seconds. And Mark, though, steps up to the plate and hits a home run. Gets rid of Peeps. The Danger Man shut down. And outside on the rappel, BG Man can't get in. There's too much pressure. Needs Crit J to push on over. Because the time is starting to dwindle. Spots the legs of Scatman underneath the Kiba barrier, and Crit J pushes in. Catches out I9. Mark is all that is left. And the cover is there. He can't just go and quickly deny the plant. Shotgun through Crit J. They solve the final puzzle to close this map of Consulate. All 3 points acquired for Orchid. They solidify themselves a spot in third for now.
Well, it got a little bit dicey towards the end there, but they had set themselves up with 5-1-half to have breathing room, and that they needed in the second. Able to make it work though in the end. 7-3, and it goes down as a pretty comprehensive win in the end as Orchid continued their march forward towards the top 4, which now looks more and more likely. It was a fun game overall, and I think Soul's Heart certainly deserve an element of respect. The fight back that they showed, despite not much going their way at the beginning of the match, was pretty good, but just another demonstration where if you let it slip in the first half, you have to play perfectly in the second. They just fall short in a couple of rounds, and it ends up being pretty devastating. So unfortunate for them, especially with the likes of I9 firing. He went absolutely nuclear on that map. It was a huge difference. As to a huge reason rather as to why they were so competitive. On the side of Orchid though, Peeps takes the plaudits with the most kills accumulated, but like Colas was a big talking point actually over the course of Consulate. Just the 6 kills, but it feels like at least 4 or 5 of those were round defining.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, 7-3 is still a pretty healthy scoreline, isn't it? I mean, a little saving grace moment for Soul's Heart, because it could have arguably been 7-1 territory. The domination that we saw, certainly in that first half from Orchid, I think that it absolutely deserved this win. I mean, it was nice to see Soul's Heart at least bring it back a tiny bit in the second half and get 2 rounds in a row, but yeah, snuffed out in the end. Interview ready though with Lycolis off of their win. Congratulations, Lycolis. That was a really good game of Siege against a decent quality opposition. That first half, you guys just played sensational. What enabled you guys to do so well in that first half to deny the attacking threat of Soul's Heart?
Just the fundamental of Consulate, I believe. I would say Consulate is really heavily on the defensive side. We just have to play it correctly. We just have to know what timing we should like aggressive, and what time we should bait for them to come in. And I would say we did really good today on bringing 5-1, because like on this map it is really needed at least 5, I believe.
Yeah, you guys did really good. Your next playdate though is against Fury. They are unlikely to make the top 4. They won't really have much to lose, so they won't be playing with any pressure, whereas you guys will have maybe a little bit of pressure. How do you ensure that your mental stays really strong in that matchup? I know you guys have been around for a long time, but when you're inside the server, it still has to be a little bit nervous, right?
Yeah, it is. But with today's win, we managed to win so hard. It does, I believe, really boost our confidence. And because of Daysa and Waybo are sitting on top of the boat too, we are really scared of like any other team. These 2 teams can just throw any of the match, and we are gonna be like struggling on the point difference or the like board decider. So with today's win, we felt comfortable more. But yeah, of course, we're gonna be at the threat here to play with goal to win.
3 wins in a row like Colas. Obviously, you play Fury next week, so there's a good chance if you win that. So that's 4 straight going into finals. That's the best preparation you could arguably have. Do you feel like then if you can beat Fury next week, you're best prepared as you possibly could be for finals, which of course a win next week would 100% lock you in. So based on what you've seen so far this stage, you feel like you're just getting better and better?
Yeah, we're just getting better and better, but I don't believe winning Fury will like unlock our condition to like feel that much confident. You know, Waybo and Data are really strong at this current stage. So of course we won't like, you know, feeling as much of like, oh, we have to win, we're gonna win this or not. I probably like gonna do the same thing that we prepped like from the previous game. Yeah, so a bit of pressure, but just have to deal with it.
Well, thank you so much, Lycolis, for coming and chatting with us. Best of luck next week against Fury.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow, big win, though, for Orchid. 7-3 over Seoul's Heart. So in the end, the first 2 games of the night, guys, that we build as the matches of the day, in the end, one-sided. But good quality siege from Orchid, especially in that first half. And certainly what we saw from Daystar just reaffirmed how dominant they've been this stage. So in terms of what we were able to kind of gain from the first 2 matches was just more answers than questions at the very least, certainly for Orchid and Daystar, reaffirming themselves as to where they're heading towards finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And Orchid have done the perfect job tonight. Not only did they get the only win between the 3 teams locked on 9 points, but they also did it in a dominant fashion as well. Confidence boosting, great for the round diff. And heading into that Fury matchup, that team, as said themselves, they'll probably still be a little bit nervous, but they have so much experience. They've played in so many high stakes games like this before. So I back them in to win that matchup. Finals feels almost certain for them, barring a big upset. And we'll see if maybe they can then go on to do more damage in the finals itself.
All right, well, short break. Of course, we're only halfway through the night for Play Day 6, so don't go too far. Still 2 matches to come after the break.
팀 활동하면서 일단 숙소 생활도 많이 하고 하면서 이제 원래 같으면 회사 가서 막 사회생활 배우고 해야 할 나이긴 한데 뭐 여기서도 뭐 다들 뭐 사회생활이 필수니까 최대한 뭐 그런 걸 배우게 된 것 같고요. 그리고 무언가 하나를 잘하는 법에 대해서 좀 배우게 된 것 같아요. 어떤 게임이든 뭘 하든 최선을 다하는 법을 좀 배우게 된 것 같아요. 일단은 가능한 데까지는 계속 선수를 지속할 예정이고 뭐 5년 뒤나 나중은 딱히 생각은 크게 해본 적은 없는데 계속 게임 업계 관련된 일을 하고 싶고 뭐 코치가 됐든 감독이 됐든 뭐든지 하고 싶고 또 나중에 스트리밍도 본업으로 한번 해보고 싶고 뭐 게임 관련된 직종으로 해볼 것 같아요. 저 딱히 취미가 게임 말고는 없어가지고 뭐 쉬는 날에도 그냥 다른 게임을 한다거나 하지 딱히 나가서 뭘 하거나 그런 건 없고 뭐 가끔 여자친구랑 밖에 나가는 거 말고는 딱히 없는 것 같아요. 여자친구랑 사귄 지 한 4년 됐고 매번 뭐 대회 나갈 때마다 응원해주고 대회할 때도 뭐 집에서 몰래 응원해주고 되게 여러 가지 방향으로 저한테 도움을 주는데 뭐 특히 지금이 제일 도움을 많이 주고 있는 것 같은데 팀이 없어가지고 여자친구가 일을 했던 그 자금 같은 걸 가지고 지금 같이 생활을 해나가고 있고 제 남은 돈이랑 그래서 특히 지금 매우 고맙고 만나서 정말 다행이다라는 생각이 들어요. 특히 일본이 저한테 특별한 의미를 가진 나라이기도 하고 매번 대회가 유럽 또는 미국, 브라질 이렇게 있었는데 아시아에서 메이저가 개최된 게 되게 오랜만이어서 되게 기쁘기도 하고 뭐 저도 개인적으로 진짜 꼭 가고 싶은 대회이기도 하고 팀원들도 뭐 일본 메이저니까 막 홈 어드밴티지가 있을 것 같다며 꼭 진출하자며 서로 으쌰으쌰하는 분위기였어요.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kit goes cold, that would be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs. Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. He goes in. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book. Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
he gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the concentration! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He totally has a few seconds. Stick it, Ness, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
Well, halfway through the night here for Playday 6, we've gotten through certainly the two matches, guys, that we thought would have big meanings, and while they certainly did in the end, we now move ahead to a game, Elevate Fury, coming up, which historically in this region, we'd be sitting here talking about maybe the battle for first spot or second spot or something along those lines, but, well, that feels like many, many years ago now, doesn't it? And unfortunately for these two big organizations within the region, it's more of a battle towards the bottom end of the standings.
Yeah, it hasn't really played out particularly nicely for either team. Let's have a look at the Elevate outfit for tonight. A team that, again, has pretty decent skill on it. It just hasn't really combined well as a team so far. And so I don't know what their longer term prospects will be for this project, if they'll continue to work together and see if they can sort it out, or if it will be a short-lived honeymoon. Well, it hasn't really been a honeymoon though, has it? Maybe a short-lived project at that. It's hard to say. Unfortunately for them, they do enter this play day still yet to get a point on the board. Tonight, though, a good opportunity maybe to find that. In terms of who to look for and who's stood out on this particular team, I think Barcode, for my liking, from what I've seen from him so far, has been pretty strong, and then Highcold's had some good moments as well. But again, as a unit, as 5 players, which you really, really, really need absolutely in this kind of meta, hasn't quite been there. And so a lot of room for improvement for this team.
Yeah, I think you're right in terms of the on paper, but I guess there's also an element where these guys have been around a long time. It feels, I hate to use the word, washed, but there probably is a bit of an element to that. And for their sake, I hope they can turn it around tonight. We'll go to the Fury roster, which when you consider, again, the same kind of concept on paper, this is a team we've seen for many years now, isn't it, guys? Where this is a roster that has performed to great heights, of course, Damon being Peoman. It's not as if these names are typically accustomed with being at the bottom of standings, but for Fury at the moment, 6th place, only the 3 points. I think they did have a mathematical chance. I don't think that's a case anymore. Regardless, their form at this stage clearly hasn't been up to scratch to be competing towards finals. And I mean, look, I will say as a saving grace, you can sometimes be at the bottom of the standings and you could be there like a HL Taur esports, but for Fury, they've been competitive in certain games. 5-7 lost to Daystar, played A4, not that bad. 5-7 lost to Psychon Company, even 3-7 to Soul Sun. So in some ways, they've been competitive at times. They just haven't really been able to get over the line as we head to the Vetos.
Yeah, in a weird way, both of these two teams have fairly similar kind of storylines heading into this matchup, where neither had huge expectation on them to go on and knock off Waybo or anything crazy like that, but I think they both had aspirations and a realistic prospect of making the top 4, and that's really now no longer the case. The roulette wheel has finished its spin. Fortress, the selection of Fury, Elevate to start out on defense. And so both teams will get a taste, I suppose, of the newest map in the pool, and they can try to take some learnings from that.
Yeah, I mean, Fortress should be a fun one, as you said. Well, let's get underway. Elevate Fury. Again, not a lot on the line in this, so we can have a bit of fun heading into Fortress, the newest map in the pool when it comes to its playtime within the region. Well, it hasn't been featured too heavily, just played the one time, but it's not alone in that figure. In fact, Lair has just dominated. Lair and Chalet have dominated. We've had 20 overall maps played, and those 2 maps have been covering 50% of the maps played. Fortress, as I said, will now go to a second time played. The one game that was played on it was a dominating, attacking round win. I'm actually not too sure which one it was, but it was a 7-1, so it wouldn't be too hard to find. You just give me 2 seconds, and I can't find it for the life of me. So
it was a 7-0, Waybo Elevate.
Well, there you go.
Hoven got the MVP in that matchup.
It actually, this doesn't
Waybo
make sense on
won 6
Wikipedia
attacks.
because they put it as, I looked at it as 7 rounds. I saw 6 attack, and I thought it was a 7-1, but actually it was a 7-0. Neither. So who did Waybo beat on this? Elevate. Yeah, okay. Well, they get a second shot.
Not the best form guide. Yeah, let's see how this one shapes up. It is the Snake Grim band with Mirror and Clash for Company. Bathroom Commanders up first. So default site to kick things off in a match that, look, it's probably going to be a little scrappy, but we'll see how it pans out. Fury, of course, go in as slight favorites, given the discrepancy in the standings, but it's probably not by the largest of margins. I think if you put some channel points on Elevate, you're a fair shot to maybe cash in. As they search for their first points of the stage, they head into the night. A negative 18 round differential, so they certainly haven't been the lowest of the low. For reference, HL Taur, negative 27 round diff. They've really found it a tough introduction here to the tier 1 level, whereas Elevate have not been completely decimated, but certainly not playing to the kind of level that is needed to make the top 4. And it's still very difficult, I think, in my mind, to have a read as to what their forward's trajectory will be when it comes to stage 2 and beyond.
It's one of those weird games where, for all intents and purposes, not a lot really to play for. I guess if you Elevate, you're on 0 points. They've got a little bit more personal pride, wanting to get points. We're currently 8 round differential points behind Fury, so I mean, even making up that ground is going to be quite difficult. Wait, though, do actually play HL Taur Esports on the final day next week, so there's another opportunity. In some ways, the last games to Elevate, there's a world in which you could actually walk away with 2 wins. Not a great start, though, here on Fortress when Labyrinth gets the double frag grenade onto Shibe. That's the Warden that's eliminated, and a couple of flashes, a couple of smokes, the Candelas as well from the Ying. The Warden's going to be a big loss for Elevate here on the defense. Forced back to bathroom is Barcode of the death mark from Labyrinth, taking good space. Here's Fury. And HL goes down. Damon finds the angle. And Labyrinth hits a wonderful headshot on the Vendetta. Well, this is a quick storm in for Fury. As Labyrinth then turns the corner, he hits the shotgun. And flawless to start. After a quiet start to the round, Fury then just hit the accelerator and kicked it up a few gears and just closed it out quickly.
Yeah, they found the nitro spotted in that round for sure. The tempo was pretty wild. And the splitting lanes in that opening round, and not the most positive of signs early here for Elevate, but just the one and done. It is pretty rare that you'll see such decimation on that particular side. It's often actually quite a challenge to break down. That the pacing can be a real struggle. It could be a real to and fro between the opposing sides, but evidently in that opening round it was not so much the case. And I do wonder if that's going to set a precedent going forward. I don't think it really should, but we'll certainly wait and see. For reference, in that opening round, opening kill was just shy of the 2-minute mark, or just post the just post the 2-minute mark. 1:59 left on the clock, and obviously a flawless conclusion. All 5 members left standing. Elevate head us over to games for the follow-up.
It looks like today is your lucky day. You get to learn from the best. Really? That's great. Are they here? Activating shock drone.
I mean, even after that round, I'm certainly not expecting this to be one of those kind of games where it's just ultra one-sided. Fury wins 7-0, 7-1. I just don't think Fortress is going to allow that personally. What we typically see of it. I mean, Waybo's the exception, right? I mean, even if they can get a 7-0 with 6 attacking rounds of Fortress, that's Waybo. That's a little different. I don't know if Fury's got that same capability, even though what they just demonstrated in that round maybe gives an inkling that if Elevate aren't switched on, they can get punished. That's definitely true. It feels like one of those kind of stages, though, for this Elevate core. A lot of them have had time out of the game, being on different teams. There's not been a lot of stability. That maybe does suggest, we haven't quite got it anymore these days, but we'll keep plugging away. And maybe with more time and more stability, they could get it back. I think they just need to get a couple of wins, feel the good times again, and bounce back for stage 2. Stark gets the opening kill onto HL. You think about NIKL as a player in his peak, he was a sharp shooter. He just got dealt with too easily there. Damon goes down, so Elevate will have the extra number. Unless Damon can get himself back up, of which he will. Well, there's a Lion scan available as well. Dini through bedroom. We'll double back. Fury once again setting up towards the site.
Yeah, probably doesn't have the same venom as the last round though. 4 anchors up, full HP, and Haku's utility already deployed. Double smoke up for Shibe. And Barcode can get his Shamika launch layering utility as well. So for Fury, they kind of need to try and double triple down in an attempt to avoid that utility. Stalling out here is the last thing that's going to work for them. Filtering into a default now becomes very difficult. 40 seconds remain. They'll try and get value from the Blackbeard here from Firelord. Barcode falls, and so they do have at least a player advantage their way.
The time is a little concerning, and there's still Gas Babes Nitrocell, but as the time does dwindle down lower, less room maybe to use that utility, wanting to keep gun in hand. Well, Fury showed in the previous round they can absolutely storm the site and hit their shots. We'll have to do it again. Into Dorms goes Firelord. Once they get into that plant position, turn around with the shield at the back. Good kill from Shibe on the Labyrinth, and they lose Roldini as well. So a bit of the cover goes down for Fury. Plant will be successful. But Firelord immediately goes down. Couldn't get out of that plant position. Damon in the 1v2 hits a great headshot onto Tolji. Knows where Hysterics is. Caught though with utility in hand. And that's a cardinal sin in a 1v1. Keep your gun up.
Yep. A bit of a classic.
Cool. It's like he's got the boombox on the shoulder. Pump it up. Good. I mean, look, good retake, but I mean, sloppy from both at the end.
Yeah. Such is this style of matchup. So 1-1 the scoreline, and it's the tertiary up next, waiting room CAF, where a lot more vert should be expected on this site. So you'll be looking to take that ground, and Elevate will need to assess how much they wish to defend it. Most of the time their teams are pretty eager to peel back or even just forfeit it entirely. I don't think there's quite been a structured way defined in how to hold above on that particular side or this particular side, or if there ever will be. On the side of Fury, they elected to bring double info with the Deimos and the Lion. They'll flank watch once they get above with the Nomad, and then again they're going to lean into shield play, which Elevate have clearly left up for them. The Monty here in round 3. Bit of a switch up from the opening 2 rounds where Firelord was on the Blackbeard. He's yet to net himself a kill, and well, the chances of that should diminish even further playing the Monty in this round, where his role will be likely pretty passive, at least in the kill department. Horizontal approach early here though from Fury with Damon in Hammam. The rest of the team though, I think, particularly Firelord and Co, will shape up for the top down.
Specchio looking out. Changing mags.
This might be the slowest round of Siege I have seen in about 5 years.
Well, I mean, Fortress is not exactly the, I'm going to say it, not the funnest map at times to watch. It's interesting because it replaced Skyscraper, and I know Skyscraper wasn't a big fan for a lot of people. I personally didn't mind Skyscraper. But every time I've watched Fortress, outside of maybe one game in particular, which was the 6 Invitational 26 Grand Final, I think that was definitely a showcase of the fun that can be had on Fortress. It's still just, yeah, it doesn't quite grip me in. In fairness, I mean, this is a lower end of the table match and certainly a slow paced one. I mean, 58 seconds. This will be the first shot. Lovely shot, though, from Dark. Clears out HL. Yet again, he goes down without being able to find a kill. That's the first, well, not the first chance for HL, so the second opening death for him. And the second time to Dark as well. Back-to-back, that's been the way we've started these rounds. Elevate were able to bring it back, though, on Dorm's games, but as we go first floor, it's a different beast altogether. The verticality on Fortress isn't really all that important and has had 20 seconds left. We've probably seen 4 bullets fired and Farlord goes down. Amon finds the kill onto Sheepate. Trade though quickly by Barcode. Labyrinth to pick up the kit because, yeah, there's no time left. All of the time evaporated early and the round is done. Elevate just had to sit sight, wait for the clock to go down to 10 seconds and they win the round. Oh, that is absolutely the best round of Siege of all time. So much fun.
Yeah, we got to see the speed pick up, and I didn't think it was going to be a major concern. The opening round from Fury was really good. Like, genuinely one of the more dominant, if not the most dominant attack I've ever seen on this map, period, globally. It was great. You got the first kill within a minute 1 second, so flawless in the end. They stampeded the attack. Unfortunately, they're on defense, though. Kind of getting caught between 2 ideas with the horizontal v the vert. They didn't get value from either, really, in the end. I also think that their composition then for that playstyle was really not the play. When they're electing not to bring a dedicated vert, yet they're not committing to the horizontal. Unfortunately, they just kind of ran into a roadblock. But they didn't even hit the roadblock because we didn't really see any exchanges for the vast majority of that round. So, yeah, unfortunately, that one gets penciled in as Fury being a little lost. And Elevate, obviously, to their credit, didn't throw bodies unnecessarily, and they were rewarded with the round win. We return now to the top floor, and I guess we'll now get an insight as to if this is the Achilles heel, potentially, of the defense of Elevate. For whatever reason, this is the site that they struggled to defend, or maybe Fury just came out of the gate strong, caught them off guard, got a little fortunate in that opening round, and that pace is expected now to taper back down, and Elevate will have a better read.
10 seconds to go.
All set. Banshee deployed.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm just echoing kind of what you said before. The pace, and the tempo was there from that opening round. We'll see if they can kind of do that again. Same site, so another opportunity on Command Bathroom. But also at the same time, you would imagine Elevate will be more weary of that heading into this particular site, what happened to them in the opening round. So they change it up. They drop the Azami. They bring the Malusi. And the Banshees certainly have that slowdown effect. That's quite literally what they do. Though, a pretty decent change up for Fury. They don't have access to the Ying again, but the Dokkaebi, well, does just as good a job, and therefore maybe they don't feel as if they need the Deimos. They bring the Gridlock. Barcode trying to see if he can get something here at the corridor window. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Well, there's that Venom from NIKL. That we felt is still within him, and he now gets revenge on to Dark. 3 straight rounds. Those two have been the opening duel. It's 2-1 in favor of Dark, but NIKL gets the important one here in the 4th round.
Encroaching on the midpoint of the round now, Fury needs to start making moves around the map and try and open up some space. 3 Dokkaebi calls remaining, double lion scan. They could try to extract value from that after this initial droning. Banshee Util, though, will make it tough, and they don't have the greatest counterplay onto that. And some cheeky positions still being held here. And HL falls victim to the lion scan. as he answers the payload. Barcode caught off guard. So nice entry there from Roldini. But equally good trade from Shibei. 4 versus 3. He'll tuck with shotgun. Tricky position for Fury.
Fallow just trying to see if he can find a position. That Yokai is going to get him off though. Damn, it gets a good kill onto Shibei. And Fallow's going to continue to just try and stick this. He knows he's got the cover. And IKL though gets the vault over kill. Leaves it down to Tolji. But at the very least, not into a post plant here for the defense. As the solo, time not as much of a factor. And if they do go for this kit and go for this plant, never mind, he just swings and Damon's got the cover. Okay, so Fury win again on this top floor. Equal things up 2-2. I definitely think that was a winnable round for Elevator. They just kind of played their cards a little bit better late in the round. But good sharpshooting for Fury.
Yeah, shaping up to be a pretty even contest so far, which, look, to be fair, we may have cursed ourselves because I feel like we've been begging for one tonight, and we may well get one in the one matchup that has a little influence on the entirety of the stage. There is, I suppose, potential pending next play day for Elevate to jump ahead of Fury. And if I recall correctly, that ends up being a slight difference in prize pool. So it means something. 7th and 8th will take home 2k USD. 6th will take home 4k USD. So they could essentially look to double their take home. But it's going to be pretty inconsequential in comparison to being able to make the finals, which both of these two teams unfortunately probably had aspirations for, or at least felt they could maybe sneak their way in, but as it stands, that's not going to be the case. Back to games for the 5th round. Elevate finding success on their first attempt back in round 2.
Yeah, not a lot of change up as well in terms of the compositions for Fury. They brought line every single round. They played Blackbeard every single round except one when they replaced it with a Monty. Playing a lot of the Ace, the Twitch. It's kind of a lot of the same sort of stuff. Not a whole lot better really on the defense either. So there's not a lot of adaptability as to kind of like what's happening. Both teams are clearly just playing what they feel comfortable on. Not a lot of reacting to what each other team is doing. Interestingly, yeah, the opening kills, 3 that have not been converted to the 1 that has. So clearly these first picks aren't doing a whole lot on this map.
Yeah, minute 30. And
oh my god, again. Again. It's 4 straight between those two. 3-1 lead for Dark. He's winning the little 1v1 battle. These two are basically playing a 1v1. So the first 90 seconds of the round in this half has just been Dark and NIKL playing 1v1 around Fortress. The other 8 players are just sitting around doing nothing. And then once whoever wins that, that's when the round really starts. This is a 2-for-1 special. We get a 1v1 tournament for 90 seconds, and we get a 4v5 for 90 seconds. Dark follows up onto Hysterics. And a lovely headshot onto Tolji. Well, this feels a bit more reminiscent as to what we saw in the first round. And how about one more? Well, from a 1v1 against NIKL to the full-blown ace for Dark.
Well, you were kind of right. It wasn't just a 1 versus 1. It was a 1 versus 5 in that round. Dark just lining them all up. Elevate trying to swing for the trade, and they just don't win it out. It's been a funny old Fortress so far, but when you look at where these two are on the standings, it somewhat falls into place. Waiting and Cafeteria up next. As we look back at the Dark highlight reel, got the opening kill, followed it up onto the second, and then went 3, 4, and 5. Mowing them all down, didn't put a foot wrong. Probably the easiest ace I think he'll ever get in his career. They are certainly a rarity at this level, but he did a good job nonetheless.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he had to hit some pretty good shots. But I mean, on a scaling ranking of easiest ace versus hardest ace, I feel like most aces aren't going to have much of a buffer between easy and hard. Final round of the half. The most curious part for me is really going to be, will we see a tempo change in the second half when Elevate go onto the attack? But it's interesting because, I mean, we've played out 5 rounds and it's felt like a very slow half, but 2 of the rounds have actually been brutally quick. The first round and the 5th round. So clearly Fury have shown they've got the capability of, closing these rounds out pretty quickly once they start actually, getting close to sight and taking these gunfights. Now, the real question is, can we get Dark versus NICal again one more time? Oh my God, it actually happened. 5 straight duels between the two. Now, the unfortunate thing is, NICal, you still lose the little 1v1 battle. It's 3-2. The good news is, this is second half. We can keep it going. We'll run it back in the second half and see if he can turn it around. He did at least get that kill, and, well, that's a lot better for the grand scheme of things in terms of the match that's happening, and gives them a chance now with the extra player to close this half out for Elevate.
Changing magazines.
Oh, man. The most annoying thing is the first round we didn't get these two. Otherwise, we could have had all 6 rounds, which I've never seen before. I mean, to be honest, even goes 5 rounds, the same 2 going back and forth is, yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of does make somewhat sense given the pacing, right? They're just playing those 2 in the front line constantly on either side, and then the rest of the team is mucking around on drones for 40 seconds, 50 seconds before we see that next layer of action. Which it does eventually go the way of Fury here in the 6th round. 4-4. Elevate scampering back to site. She-bait to find Lion of Daemon. Tricky now for Fury to activate them onto. They'll be walking straight into the cross over towards Infirmary side. And Hysterics has the long angle on lockdown. 3 versus 2. 50 seconds on the clock. And Farlord, if they want to win this round, he probably needs to try and get his first kill of the game. Dead.
Well, I was actually going to say it was more so Labyrinth playing off the Monty 2v3, not impossible. Does not matter. Elevate get the opening kill. They get the final kill. All tied at the half. 3-3 here on Fortress. We'll see what the second half is going to bring.
Filled with lies and disguises and cheating. I got just the right sugar to sweeten. Turn it all to the Garden of Eden. I can make the gray turn gold. I can make the sun come out. I can make the bland turn gold. Show you what it's all about. I can make all your edges smooth. I can make your visions come true. Just like a filter. Whenever you want me, I'm here for you. I make a brand new. Just like a filter. All of them flaws, baby, what's the use? Let's bend the truth. I can give you a rhyme and a reason. You just have to give in to the feeling. Don't you know that believing and seeing? Let me paint you a world you can dream in. I can make it colorful. I can make the sharpness blur. I can make it possible. I can make the surface pure. I can let you into paradise. just like a filter. Whenever you want me, I'm here for you. I'll make a brand new. All of them flaws, baby, what's the use? Let's bang it up. Just like let me take you for a ride. I can fix it up like a change.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Halvate versus Fury here on Fortress, and the Dark and HL 1v1 show as well, just for a little bit more action within the game. All tied up 3-3. I'm not sure who that bodes better for, to be honest. I mean, Fortress itself as a map, when it entered, clearly was favoring defense to initially begin with. I think naturally over time you was going to see attackers find better avenues, and Fury certainly were able to look very dominant in 2 of the 3 attacking rounds that they got. Flawless in rounds 1 and 5. Very abrupt into the site. Dark with the ace. Outside of that, those 2 rounds, though, far more slower pace throughout the game.
I think the only real winner out of any of this is those still trying to farm their drops this week, because it does mean that it is going to extend the broadcast, and we had 2 quick matches before, so it's nice. Put your feet up, get locked in, because we may be here for a little while longer between these 2. Elevate on attack. As for their numbers this stage, they don't come up by default on our stat tracker, so I need to actually get their attacking win rate. I can give you their entry stat though, and that's been a duel that's been taking place over the course of this matchup pretty viciously. Elevate -4 entry heading into the night, 58% conversion. Fury on the flip side are actually -10 on entry, but they do have a higher conversion rate at 75%.
Yeah, I mean, right now my only focus is on Dark versus NICAL. If that continues, of course, we go second half, so it may depend on the way that Dark wants to play, the way that NICAL wants to play. Certainly different, operating roles where if Dark's going to play the mirror and play behind the shield, he may not be that first point of contact. Said may not. Doesn't mean he will actually. Sometimes you can play the mirror and just place your mirror and then bugger off. He does have a nitro cell, so he will want to keep himself alive. And NICAL Maldini on the other side. We don't want you to kill him. He may, though, have no choice.
Minute down. It's a standoff between the 2 at the moment. There's been very minimal action in a lot of the build-up in these rounds.
Oh.
Best pick. Farlord on to Hysterics.
Boo. And I shouldn't say Farlord got his first kill, and I'm booing him. I'm sorry, Farlord.
That's awful.
We're looking for 6 in a row, but Farlord gets 1. And onto the Grim as well. I mean, the Kawan Hive launch is so impactful late round. Get extra information towards the site, help facilitate the attack. I mean, it's a big loss for Elevate. And that's a big kill from NICAL onto Roltini. He was sizing him up about 50 seconds ago. So gets rid of his army. A little reprieve for the attack. Oh, we may still get this battle. It may not be an opening kill, but we'll add it to the tally. Dark slips back. He gives spades over to NICAL. Takes a different angle. I like this because he can take the first shot, and then if he doesn't win the battle, he can pop the Vulcan canister. He may just pop it now with the pressure from the Blackbeard. Oh my god. Oh my god,
no.
He didn't pop it.
No,
oh
Dark.
my goodness.
No.
No. Oh my word. Well, moving on from that, 3v3. Barcode got his, traded though by Daemon. 2 left apiece. Flash full white onto Daemon. And he gets 1 immediately after the flash expires. Fury get the round. And the Vulcan canister, I think, is still up on the wall.
He's clearly just better at hitting moving heads as opposed to static objects almost double the size.
Oh my god, that's not
that
in the
was a
replays.
brutal watch. That was a brutal watch. Oh my word.
Who do you think would win a 1v1? Vulcan canister sitting still or a tier 1 Bro.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Oh, Fury in the lead, 4-3. Maybe they can look to run home a little bit here on the defensive side of Fortress, which is proving to be a little tricky to break down for the attack generally speaking. I think for me, the biggest takeaway has just been the pacing. It's been a little strange in that the early round has typically been pretty quick. There's more often than not been a pick in the first half of the round, and the numbers reaffirm that. But then we've often seen these big lapses, these big build-ups without a ton of util clearance, and normally that's why there is that build-up, because of the utility clearance, you know, the choke points being contended, etc. But it's been a little more static and more info-centric, I think, for the attacks. We'll see what ends up developing here in the 8th. It's just the line for info gathering this time around. No shield play, noting that the Monty was banned out, but no blitz for this round or Blackbeard. And then on the side of defense, we see Damon, who's on double digits, mind you, so shout out to him on the Echo, and they're going to go for the aggro Dorms peak here with that Yokai. Nice. That was actually well executed. That might be one of the better heads-up plays that we have seen so far in this matchup. That was a pleasure.
Oh, it's Dark and NIKL. Dark wins out. Add that one to the tally. He leads 4-2.
It wasn't a static Goyo canister, so it was a free kill.
It was moving target. Made it easier for him. Able to track. A great start to the round for Fury. Finally, a bit of action in the first minute, and it goes the way of the defense and puts Elevate certainly on the back foot now in this 8th round, staring down the barrel of a 3-5 deficit. Unless the remaining 3 find a way forward. And Fury have the flexibility now of playing largely off Dorms games if they want, make it more difficult for these 3 to get into good positions. They're really split, one outside, one top floor, one first floor, you know, not really playing off each other. They're all kind of looking for ones around the map.
I think they'll just go into lurk mode here. 70 seconds. Barcode gets caught though. And there's only a narrow path forward for the remainder of this attack, and Fury shutting that down in a snappy fashion. Should be flawless, and is, as our man Dark finds the final kill of the round.
So one more for Fury to lock in a point and lock in overtime. Elevate, of course, 0 points this stage. It's turning into a similar result for them as they call the tactical timeout. Manny starts to rally the troops.
Wonder what the message is.
It's interesting because well, Manny looks as if he's the one that's losing, and Cooley looks like he's the one that's winning.
Yeah, naturally it's going to be tough to build that motivation when the match is what it is. And now that they're trailing, that it's kind of encapsulating a really rough stage for them. And so, look, we'll see if they've been able to find a little bit of inspiration from that and kick it into gear. As it stands currently, unfortunately for Elevate, not a single player positive EPS. Pretty large tail off as well. Entry has not been particularly a strength for them, and the cost numbers as well for them are like critically poor. NHL and Shebei are the 2 highest for Elevate in this matchup so far, but they're only sitting at 50% each. As a reference point, Fury, the lowest cost on their side, is 75% shared between Dark, Farlord, Roldini. So sharing the load a little more and having more impact across this match so far.
5 seconds to insertion.
As you said before as well, 1 round away from at least pushing and locking in overtime at bare minimum, but I think a 3-round lead, depending on Fortress, is going to be very, very, very difficult, if not impossible, for Elevate to recover from. So this round is important to stay within reaching distance. I like the lineup that they've brought here. Execute heavy. They should be able to shape something up for Capitao. Okay, maybe not. The Capitao's dead. Unfortunately. They did trade it though, so not the end of the world.
They did trade it at least.
You gotta look at the positives.
Rather be in this position though from Fury, get rid of the Capitao. Firelord's already placed the Vulcan canisters, and HL finds the kill, and it's not Dark. It's Damon on the Vigil who was lurking behind him down the hallway. Out of the timeout for Elevate, looking a little bit better here now, even after losing the Capitao.
Mine flying out.
I get the feeling this could slow down over the next 50 seconds or so though. Elevate will look to compound on their advantage, take their time, get closer to the site. And I think for Fury, it's just really all about making sure that they lock down the key positions for the players they've got remaining. Dark will hold above, leaving Labyrinth and Roldini to play to the site itself. Dark gets cleared comfortably by Barco with the pistol. That now gives access to the hatch. And Elevate looking pretty likely now to win this 9th round out of their tactical timeout. Labyrinth and Roldini, though, no slouches, no pushovers. But desperately will need the next kill, arguably maybe the next 2. Deathmark, the jug of payloads, their positions are going to be so easily revealed. Throw in the added pressure from the blitz, and yeah, there's just no world in which you can imagine they're going to win this one. Hysterics with the easy kill. Roldini's running away. Tail between his legs, but HL says you're not going anywhere. Big round win for Elevate. Well, whatever Cooley was saying, it clearly worked, at least in that round. 4-5.
And we go 1 round longer as these two are finding it difficult to break the deadlock. That was certainly one of the better rounds we actually have seen from Elevate, so certainly deserving of some praise in that round. They did a good job in layering pressure onto that defense and then cutting off. It's pretty simple siege when you kind of frame it in that context, but actually executing upon that, much easier said than done, of course. Yeah, credit to them in that round. The start was not ideal with Tolji falling. Capitao was a useful piece of utility late in most circumstances, but they leveraged the blitz really nicely, particularly above, and that served them well, and then catching out Roldini there in his clutch attempt. Good work from Elevate. Tactical timeout successfully converted. Fury over to Commanders for the 10th round. They hide Pulse in the bathtub so that he is less susceptible to the info gathering of the attack, and that's probably going to work out to be a wise decision with Enhaikal on the Deimos. Chive was initially on the Dokkaebi, but he jumps off on to the Nomad. I'll also like to bring the Grim into play here too, so we'll see if they look to cordon off a small portion of the map and use the Nomad for flank watch, or if they go full map across.
Attackers are moving out to locate
I think whatever process is going to be the less cumbersome, the better, and the earlier they can start layering pressure in towards the objective, probably wise as well, because we've seen over the course of this series when we see map clears attempted, they're often quite slow.
Loading the mag!
Oh, this is Apollo just didn't shoot.
Reloading! Secured an entry point.
Freebie for Enhaikal. He started with the body shot as well, so Falo just didn't react in time. By the way, that's Enhaikal's 3rd opening kill, and he's got all 3 for Elevate. He's been their best at starting these rounds for his team. He's just been their best in general, but Certainly the start of the rounds. Again, the loss of Farlord's not really the end of the world for Fury. Not really fragging out, placed his utility. 90 seconds in the round. Labyrinth takes a little bit of damage crossing in the hallway. So far, Elevator's done quite well here on the attacker fortress as well. It's 4 attacking rounds, 5 defensive rounds. I mean, it's been a pretty even split. Big nitro from Dark. And Barcode falls to Daemon with the pistol. Roldini also finds one. It's just 3 isolated gunfights around the map, all going the way of Fury. Now on the verge of getting to the magical 6th round, and Historics will fall. Tolji, though, 2 quick kills himself, but then shut down with a wonderful shotgun swing to close that out. Fury get to 6. Overtime secured, point secured. And they've got match point, 2 of them.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it done cleanly here and walk away with 3 points, which unfortunately will be quite hurtful to Elevate and would lock them into a bottom 2 finish to the stage. Some gloomy faces there for Elevate and some contemplation probably taking place at the moment as they perhaps start reflecting on the stage as a whole, which has been a rough one. And look, there's players on that roster as well that have achieved some pretty big feats over the years as well, so it'll be a tough pill to swallow for now, but hopefully they can build up the resilience to fight back, not even just over the course of the year, but even just in this particular match. They're not out just yet, only trailing by the 2 rounds, and an opportunity here to put a little pressure back on to Fury.
10 seconds left before
You go with a pretty standard defensive lineup here. There's going to be a lot of frustration with the large volume of traps on offer. And the Echo also available for plant denial and can impede the progress of the Blackbeard in this round. I think the ace up the sleeve here for Elevate will be that Glaz. Tolji will be given the license to deploy smokes alongside Hysterics, trying to get him involved in this matchup. They're yet to show the Glaz in this half, and so that could be something to catch Fury off guard.
Can we get maybe one last Dark versus an HL battle? Certainly made the first half very, very fun to watch. Can we see Elevate also try and get this to overtime? Not counting them out of this just yet. Oh no. Well, I mean, Farlord's been dying early in rounds anyway, so there's not too much of a difference to what we've had in the last couple. Sorry to say.
That's toxic.
I mean, it's the truth. Dark swing out. He just dies to the Glaz power play through the smoke. So couple the DC with a couple of kills to Elevate, and it looks as if they will get to 5. And I think we're going to get a little break here as well after this round to get Farlord back into the game. Roldini not giving up, but so overwhelmed. Tolji gets the final kill. Elevate get to 5. And I tell you what, I mean, this is the thing with Elevate this stage, guys. Look at this as their track record. Four rounds against Daystar, 5 rounds against Psychon Company, 3 rounds against Orchid, 5 rounds against Soul's Heart, and 5 rounds now against Fury. Haven't won any of them, and they're on 0 points. It's the tail of the tape. And as we get to 5-6, they've been in this position so many times this stage. Can they finally pick up their first point? Again, being in this position so many times.
Yeah, in a weird roundabout way, this is sort of the least pressure-filled scenario in that vein that they've kind of had this stage. And, well, Cooley looks pretty chilled, so I'm feeling relaxed for them. Just a a matter of that 1 round conversion for them, unfortunately. In a technical pause now as we look to get Farlord back into the server. He'd only been 1 opening death so far, so I think your comment was a little bit harsh, but we can look beyond that. I guess more so the fact that he's been 2-7 today, so it's been a little bit unfortunate for him. Hopefully we can get this one underway shortly. Should be a pretty simple reconnect as he gets back in.
I mean, it's also, in theory, never a nice feeling as a team when you see that disconnect. Doesn't matter who it is and how it is, etc. It's still a, you know, kind of a rough feeling. You see that disconnect top right, you know, you've just lost the player. Yeah, it's demoralizing. We're going to go to a short break during this tactical timeout while we get Farlord back into the game. Don't go too far. 5-6. We'll see if Elevate can get their first point. Well, welcome back. Seems like we've gotten things sorted on Farlord's end, and he's back into the server, and we can get underway. Final round of regulation. The question will be, is overtime necessary, and can Elevate pick up their first points of the stage? Even if it's just the one, Gus, even if they lose in overtime, one's a lot better than zero. It's a nicer feeling. But also, as I said before the break, they've been in this position so many times this stage, and maybe it does give a little bit of hope for stage 2. When you have a lot of these kind of 7-5, 7-4 kind of games throughout the stage and you've lost them all, well, who's to say you can't turn around the odd 1 or 2 rounds? That's the difference in a lot of these games, and make something of stage 2. So I think for this game to close, and certainly on play day 7, it's all about just reinforcing good habits and look to rebound for stage 2. But right now the focus here is to see if they can get their first point.
Final round of regulation. Roldini actually Old Tower side on the smoke, and needs to be mindful that he doesn't fall for that utility too early on in the round. We're going to see the Glaz back in play here from Elevate as well, which has certainly had some impact in the past. Plenty of other util here that's going to play nicely into this setup. Dark takes a chunk of damage from down below, but critically survives, and it's important that the Warden does stay up. If and when Tolji looks to get active on the Glaz, he'll be a key stakeholder in the round for the defense, as he can activate his glasses, try and look back through those smokes, and if he's already found himself in a good position, then he can look to have impact in the round. 4 targets available for Haikal from down below. In the meantime, Barcode gets thrown forward on the Blackbeard. Roldini can stall out that push momentarily at the midpoint of the round and still has 2 gas babes in pocket.
I told you it was very impactful on the Glaz last time out. As the 2 smokes, Deathmark comes in from Haikal. Up close, Barcode towards Old Tower. Roldini overwhelms him with a shotgun. Knows that there was another coming his way down the corridor. And Farlord makes a big impact play. Well, I guess he can make the difference, Guz. Shots down the Glaz. Oh, but Roldini can't get out of a tight situation. Hysterics cuts him off and leaves things equal heading into the final 40 seconds. This now feels very tense. Farlord, well, flames on him even as the Goya, lovely headshot onto Hysterics. He's back with a vengeance.
Yeah, advantage Fury. Can they close it out from here and deny Elevate from that point that they all so desperately want? 20 on the clock.
It's Haikal who gets 2 very quick kills, and the plant goes down. Damon has to go gun up. He loses the battle, and Elevate will get themselves their first points for the stage. It's 1 at the moment, can go to 2. Overtime is required.
Well, a massive effort there from Elevate, and I'm seeing a couple of smiles, which is lovely to see. I don't know what's going on there with Farlord. I don't understand his cryptic messaging, but overtime will be required in this matchup. And the dream of Elevate jumping out of the bottom 2, well, that is actually very much alive now. A win here would go a long way in securing that. Midpoint of the round, it was still pretty even, but Fury had certainly the advantage towards the very last push. And Haikal, though, with a huge double right there. That was so snappy. Fair play to him. Shive played his role as well in the 1 versus 1 with a good trade. Elevate will need to keep the good times going, though, on attack. That's the side they find themselves on defense. Oh, pardon me, in overtime, on attack, as the band's reset.
I would look happy for Elevate that they were able to, get themselves their first point. If I'm going to be honest, guys, I think they were probably likely to get points next week as well against HL Taur esports. It also means now Fury are 100% out of finals. If there was any question of them still having a chance, but I think that was all gone once the score was clearly going to be close and round differential, etc., and based on other results. But now it is 100% affirmity.
Affirmity.
Honestly, it sounds pretty cool. I think we should add that to the dictionary.
Well, I gave it a Google. It is a business name. I don't know if it's an actual word in the dictionary, though.
Well, if it's a business name, it's a word. If it's a word, then I'm able to get away with it. I don't know if... Well, I mean, analytics. They do diversity analytics. Close enough.
Anyone need HR compliance? Oh, boy.
We have fun here.
I cannot believe this game got to overtime. This is unbelievable. To be fair, we have been graced with some absolute speed runs this stage. So now we're able to put in the hard yards.
Again.
Oh. He's looked sharp in the last couple of rounds in particular. He's genuinely looked so sharp.
He's genuinely got every opening kill except one for Elevate. He's had 5 opening kills. Now, of course, he did have 3 opening deaths in the first half, but none in the second half, and, well, none to start OT. Sarek's got the kill onto the Clash. That matters a lot more, even if Dark got a trade back. Well, Fury have just been swept aside here to start overtime. Command Bathroom has just been the site that both teams have been able to just take so easily. Well, now they're on for 2 points. Cooley is ecstatic. Well, they haven't just sent it to overtime to just limp over the line. They want the 2 points.
Yeah, they're surging late here.
I've got that hat somewhere, by the way. I don't know where it is.
Maybe
Cooley stole your hat. It's too small for my head.
Maybe he stole your hat. I also don't know where mine is, so maybe he stole mine.
To save grace for Cooley, by the way, those hats are naturally very small hats, guys. You can affirm that.
No, mine fits perfectly. Are you saying you have a big head, Jake?
You've got a small head. No, you've got a small head.
I think you've got quite a big head. I've seen it knock into a couple door frames. It's... Rumor has it that in some of the studios they've had to retrofit bigger doors just so you can fit your head through. That's what I've heard on the rumor mill.
Well,
look at Cooley's reaction.
we do have finals coming up soon, so we'll test that theory.
Yes.
I didn't know it was for my head. I thought it was for Rob, but maybe both. You know, 2 birds, 1 stone.
He's just tall. You're short. What are you on about?
I'm not that short.
You are.
Oh,
nah, to be fair,
look,
everybody else is tall, so you look short.
I'm taller than Nick.
That's true.
10 seconds left.
It's not my fault. You, James, and Rob are all 6 foot plus, and then me and Nick are normal sized. Well, maybe Nick's not normal size. I think he's on the smaller end. Nick is Pengu, by the way. We're just tight like that.
Oh boy. All right, can Elevate lock it out here? Defense, primary site. All the momentum, it must be said as well at this point. They are looking good at the moment. And HL, though, has been the highlight for them, and he's actually been rather influential. He plays a little more of a safer anchor role this round on the smoke, and so it's going to be on others to have impact in the early round here. Fury have the blitz for clear. They can crowd control with the Lion, and they won't be short of utility either. The Twitch as well could be impactful in clearing a little bit of this util from the defense. Hold museum side here from Hysterics. Doesn't quite time that keeper, but gets away with it. And HL close by Bathroom. I think the eventual plan, though, will be for these guys to peel back. Hysterics was on cam, but he still wins the duel outside.
Oh, man, they've just... Honestly, they deserve to just win this game right now. They've been able to close this out with the head full steam of momentum. Like, this is looking... Well, they won 4 of the last 5 rounds coming into this. Now they're up 5 before in this match point round. They've just completely turned this around.
fortifications upgraded.
Not as if they were ever down massively. It's been a pretty close game. Love the little round history pop up here to kind of highlight that. But Fury, at one point they were able to get to a 5-3 lead, so that kind of leaves them in a pretty good position to go and close that out. And credit to Elevate for able to get themselves into this position. Job's not done yet, though. Well, Farlord spots one. Oh, but the Nitrocell, well, he never saw that coming at all. Oh, and Labyrinth decides to shoot Dark in the back of the head. It's all coming up for Elevate. Down to roll Didi. Well, from 0 points to 1 point. Surely now to 2 points for Elevate. These two organizations have had many battles in this region over the years. Most of them far more important than this game. But this one's been a fun one on Fortress. The GG out from Barcode. Rodini indeed will not be able to win this round. Elevate will get their first victory of the stage. And thoroughly deserved.
Some smiles for Elevate. It's a nice sign. It's a positive sign, and a clap from Enhaikal, who had a very good day as well. They've got 1 win on the board, as Barcode signifies, and 1 is certainly better than none. And look, all jokes and memes aside and whatever, I think it's actually going to be pretty interesting over the course of this interview to kind of get a vibe as to sort of what's gone wrong for Elevate up until this point, and maybe more so from a positive perspective, what's the outlook for this team, and can they actually build into something bigger going forward?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be kind of my question towards Cooley is just, you kind of look at the stage that's been played out. Yeah, up until this point, 0 points, no wins, but a lot of the games have been pretty close. Sort of how they view that going in to the future towards stage 2. Do they feel as if this roster is close to being able to do something, even if on the overall standings, they're towards the bottom? They do also then get to close out against HL Taur on Playday 7. That's not a given. Clearly, when you're towards the bottom, you're probably expecting such a large gap. And Heikel, though, what a game. To be fair, 15 and 12, and we had the very fun 1v1 battles in the first half. He came off second best in that. There were 3 rounds in the first half. He was the opening death. So when you go and play 14 rounds of Siege, he essentially didn't play in 3 of them, so 11 rounds. So he got 15 kills pretty much in 11 rounds. That's a pretty decent return. He should be pretty proud of himself. And he got 5 opening kills himself. He dominated the opening kills in the second half. That's where he got to work. And obviously for Dark, I mean, still a really good game, 13 and 10, but you think back to the ace that he got in 1 round, well, there's almost half of his kills, and so kind of props him up a little bit. Fun game, though. I mean, Fortress plays slow. That first half was not the most entertaining Siege you'll ever see, certainly, but, I mean, there were little tiny storylines that we're able to pick out throughout the game to sort of make it more entertaining, and to go to overtime to see Elevate get the win, I think we walk away pretty content with how that game went down.
Yeah, I think we got probably the most wholesome outcome in that matchup. It was certainly a grind. The early round, actually, though, in the first half, in terms of timing, was really fast. Then we kind of saw it slow down. But there were some fun storylines, and ultimately a wholesome outcome in the end.
Well, someone who certainly looked very happy during the game was Cooley. Congratulations, Cooley, on your first win this stage. I have to say, though, we were kind of talking about it on the broadcast. You look on paper, Elevate 0 points through up until Playday 6. But if you go back and look at the games, a lot of them are close. A lot of 5-7s and 4-7s, etc. Is that how you kind of view it as a coach? And that finally this win says to the team, that's the reward for effort. You've been plugging away. The games have been close. You're not that far off. Here's the reward.
I'll be completely honest and a bit real with you. It's a little bit harsh, but at the first 2 weeks, and last game, we sucked. Like, we heavily sucked. We weren't doing the basics. We weren't doing anything that we really wanted to do. Today, we turned up. We've been like saying every game is a wake-up call, and then we never woke up, but today we did. And like, still, there are mistakes here and there, but there are definitely glimpses and a lot of potential that we're seeing from what we want to do. The guys played really well today. After the tag timeout, I called, and how we played, and what you guys said on the halftime split, we definitely looked in, and we saw so much better of our actual team play today. So quite happy with today's result, and the guys are definitely very happy and look at it as a great learning potential.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats on the win. I guess my read on that answer is that you guys feel like you've got so much more potential that you can tap into. What's kind of the process then heading into stage 2 to tap into that first and foremost? And then what's the future for this team? Is it aspirations set all the way to the very top, or is it kind of just taking it one step at a time for now?
So the way we're going to lock in for stage 2 is we've been heavy on our homework, making sure that we're like training up Toji and Hystrix, because they took a little gap in their pro league stint, and we're a fairly new team. Heiko's got a lot of experience, Barcode's got some experience, all the guys have experience at some level, but it's in this current meta and the current way Siege needs to be played, there's no experience there from us. So it's us going away our homework, studying how teams do it, studying how we can get our players back into their top section of how they want to play. Our goals for next stage, well, of course, we want to win it all. Like, isn't that the goal for everything? You aim high, because no place for us to be complacent. If we're going to say, oh yeah, we got to make playoffs, like as soon as we hit playoffs, what's the goal then? Like, we've done it. So we aim high. Of course, we set like sub goals and like go, oh yeah, okay, first step is playoffs. Then we go, can we challenge these top teams, Daystar, Waybo? Then can we win these games, and how are we going to win these? But at the moment, it really is, we've got to kind of go all the way.
This is a last one, Cooley. We're going to keep you too long. A bit more of a direct question, I guess, to you, and you can answer it how you want. But as you kind of touched on, the experience is there in terms of the players individually. As a coach, do you actually feel more emphasis than usual when you're looking at a roster such as this, as you're the figurehead to try and get these pieces, which individually have all got experience, great players, high quality, to get them to work together? Do you feel that as the coach?
I feel a lot of pressure around it. There was a lot of criticism about the players that we, when we started this, and started about how we make each other the team plays and so on. But I think that actually, I think we're doing well. We've got the basics down in practice. We're really, really good at it. But I think the way that it kind of comes down to it is there's definitely a lot of pressure for it to kind of be on me to get these guys to that position. And I think I hope I'm stepping up.
Well, you certainly stepped up tonight, and the boys stepped up tonight. Definitely answered. I appreciate that. Really appreciate it. And certainly, I think that for you guys, you said you guys maybe weren't the greatest in the first 2 weeks. I kind of look at the result and think there's so much potential. That's the positive mindset that I kind of maybe spin going into the off season, then stage 2. Obviously, wishing you and the boys the best of luck. Obviously, also good luck on Playday 7 against HL Taur.
Yeah, I'll see you for the interview after that game.
Well, I don't actually know if we're working that game, but
I don't think so.
But hopefully he'll be chatting to James and Nick after that. 8-6 for Elevate, their first win for the stage. A fun one on Fortress, and Heikel was a big difference maker. We do still have one more game to go tonight, guys. Waybo versus HL Taur Esports. And while we may now be about 20 minutes over time, Waybo have the capability to get us back on track.
In the most respectful way I can possibly say this game, if Waybo don't troll, genuinely could be contesting for the fastest game ever played in a group stage. I kid you not, it should be that one-sided. Waybo 7-0, anything less would be honestly an upset. So we'll see if they can produce that and if Waybo decide to play properly today.
Well, let's see if HL Taur can throw a spanner in the works and cause a little bit of a surprise in the final game. Short break. When we come back, let's get into it.
We're out of time. Let's put them in the ground. Fall back! Team 1. Report.
Alive and well stayed. We lost comms with the other team.
They have their orders. We need to go for Nyx. Dokkaebi, be my eyes. Mute, cover her.
On it. Hostile. Sending a payload.
You're cornered, Nyx. Surrender. I see one old man. One old man about to die.
I see you're running 7. 3 rows down.
Hack my phone.
Huh? What is it?
Do it now.
Quick thinking there, Sig.
We trusted each other, and it paid off. Rendezvous for extraction, Team 1.
Burning bridges and falling stars, purple skylines and broken hearts. There ain't no taking that to the moon. Out here trying, but there ain't no room. No, good intentions will fall apart. Yeah, and ooh. Say that it would be so hard, and I can't lie, baby, they weren't wrong. No, 1 + 1 is 2, it's true that you got me and I got you. Oh, nothing will ever keep us apart. No, and they don't know about us. They don't know about us. And we hold it down with our love. Hold it down with our love. We hold it down with our love. Through the fire and the thunder, we'll be with each other.
Well, play day 6 for APL Asia coming to a close. We've got one last game to get through. The question really will be, how long will it take? Now, guys, you're getting the stopwatch out for this one to give us the very accurate timer on it in terms of Waybo versus HL Taur esports. Waybo, their eyes are firmly set on the Esports World Cup. Really, that's the ultimate goal for them. They want to get all the way to that event, and that's, well, for them, this is just kind of a stopgap in the road.
Yeah, a bit of a formality for them. Again, they still need to be cautious of seeding if that is to have influence, and so they'll want to finish first, looking to get points tonight, of course, to set themselves up for that match against Daystar. But I've been having a think, and I genuinely don't know if we've entered a game like this where it's felt so one-sided to one team, and that is by no means in any way, shape or form disrespectful to HLT, because Waybo are just on a whole nother level, and domestically they dominate at the best of times. So this is a 99.99% game in their favor, and it would be the upset of quite literally the century if Waybo don't walk away with all 3 points tonight.
Now, don't forget, of course, you can go get your EWC tickets on sale now. 6S15. Use the code to get 15% off if you're going to be in Paris, which is a pretty cool place to be. I've been to Paris before, guys, earlier this year. It's great.
I'm pretty sure I was there too, Jake. Thanks for remembering me. Yeah, I've got my tickets for EWC though, so yeah, very keen to be there to enjoy all the action. I use the code.
Absolutely. You did use the code. Wow. Okay. Well, we know it works then. All right. Let's move on to our game. Waybo Gaming versus HL Taur Esport. Final game of the night. We'll look at HL Taur Esports first up, and yeah, it's been a difficult stage for them, but it was also a difficult stage up until tonight for Elevate. Maybe things can change for HL Taur.
Maybe. Look, the most unfortunate thing for their performance over the course of this stage is just the fact that it's a rough introduction from CL, and the numbers are very, very damning in that regard. So of the 41 players listed so far in Asia, they make up the bottom 4, and only they only have a singular player, or 2 actually, in fact, outside of that. Killers leading all comers, 31 rated 31st in Asia so far. So it looked reflective of it being a very, very rough introduction for them. But such is the case. I mean, there have been a lot of players and teams over the years that have had very difficult introductions to the tier 1 level and have actually then gone on to do good things. So maybe we'll be looking back at this particular stage in a couple of years' time, and this team or these players could be at the forefront of our mind. We really don't know what the future will hold for them, and an opportunity for them tonight. It's the freest of punches for them to just go in and try and have some fun.
Well, as for Waybo Gaming, they will be swinging, that's for sure. Many punches to be thrown. They've just been absolutely amazing again this stage, still undefeated. Daystar to come though and play Day 7 next week for both of those two teams who are undefeated. It really sets up a fun clash to close out the stage for Asia, but they've got to get through HL Taur first. There's not too much more to say about a team clearly in the form that they're in. The biggest thing I really do want to touch on though, guys, is it's probably 1-2. In terms of overall EPS this stage, you have to beg the question, well, where's Reaps? Well, he's outside the top 10. He's actually a little down on form, and maybe that's in part to the fact that likes of Turd and Holven have clearly stepped up, having a really good stage. Throw in Gotti, who's also come in. He's top 8 in the region. So there's clearly, it's not just the Reaps show. And I think over the last maybe 2 years, it's kind of been Turd and Reaps. Well, now it feels like for Waybo, it's a full team.
Yeah, maybe Reaps is preparing himself for the CNL contract elsewhere. I don't know, a complete rumor. Who knows if that's going to ever eventuate or be a thing. Look, he's just done his job this stage. It's kind of rough in the group stage to be a standout player when everyone's playing so well. I believe the map Veto is ready though for this matchup, so let's jump across and see where these two will do battle. Hopefully, it won't be a repeat of the last map, which could be a bit of a grind for us being Fortress, but it is looking like that may be the case. Honestly, I'd probably take that over Cafe anyway, so I'm not complaining personally too much. I know you're probably not too happy, but it is what it is. Waybo will be starting out on attack, and that is important info for the speed run attempt. By being on the attack, Waybo can set the pace and set the tempo earlier and not have to rely on HL Taur to push into the map.
No, they might not get the fastest win of all time, but they might be able to get the fastest attacking first half Fortress that we've ever seen. That's a possibility. That's up for grabs. We'll see what Waybo can do in this game. Clearly, they've been outstanding this stage. HL Taur at the bottom. This is a classic David versus Goliath. This is the 1st versus the 8th. This is a HL Taur Esports that haven't got a single point. They've only been able to get 8 rounds through 5 play days against the kings of the region. We'll see what happens here on Fortress. Like you said, they begin on the attack, so maybe that might offer a little bit of resistance from the defense of HL Taur Esports. Get that timer started right now. Or do you wait for the bans? Where do you want this to start?
I reckon it's fair to start the timer when the prep phase starts. But the question is, does it pause if we have technical pauses, etc.? Surely it's just gonna be.
Well, yeah,
mate. It's gonna be fair.
Well, you gotta go. Yeah, no, you just gotta go in game time. I think those are the rules.
I'm having a look at the Twitch poll, which we do typically for the matchups, and instead of who's gonna win this game, they actually did go with the duration for this matchup. Is it gonna be less or more than 25 minutes? Wait, HL Taur, maybe
it is Fortress.
Maybe HL Taur can come out the gates and smash Waybo in 25 minutes or less. That would be impressive.
I mean, like, genuinely, this actually makes it fun because it's Fortress Waybo on the attack first. I mean, they do get to set the pace, but we know Fortress can, well, play quite slow, especially compared to, you know, the rest of the map pool. If we were on border attack Waybo, I'd be thinking, yeah, absolutely, under 25 is a possibility. I don't know. Best of luck with your channel points. I actually don't know which way to go with this one. And
I think
also
I'd go
throw
over
in
25. I think I'd go over. To be
I
frank.
think I don't know.
It's very close.
Have you started the timer? You didn't forget, did you?
I did. No, it's ticking away.
Okay. All right.
10 seconds left.
Well, I mean, you always mention this as well with Waybo, and I agree with it. They do have the capability of having a bit of fun. I don't want to say trolling and throwing. They can sometimes just have a bit of fun. A good example was the last round yesterday with Turd going onto the Kavera. Yeah, they like to do these kind of things. Yeah, certain players might go for more so individualistic plays, but one thing they did yesterday that I was not so much surprised about, but happy to see from Waybo Gaming in the first half against Fury on Bank, they locked in. They weren't doing those fun shenanigans. They played absolute set plays, executed perfectly, and just really flexed and showed their dominance. We'll see if they do that in the first half here as well.
Maybe. There actually is a channel point prediction live for this match as well for the end result, and almost 1 million points have been put on Waybo. Pardon me, on HLT. Almost 1 million. Waybo close to 7 million. So 1 million points are going to go down the drain today. So if you
Well, I mean, why would you put him in? There's just, you should, what?
You got to be a whale if you've got that many points.
Yeah, I mean, that's just silly.
Hey, someone clip it. That could come back to haunt us in a little bit, but it would be, again, it'd be the greatest upset we have literally ever seen. It'd be ridiculous.
By all means. Yeah, again, the fortress pacing is not going to help the under 25.
Gotta speed it up here, boys. Come on, get a wriggle on.
They are playing speakeasy on the Monty. Oh, it's Killers. I guess the opening kill onto Hoven. Trade back by Gotti. The Shamika launcher immediately utilized by Tenno. They can get good info as well through Zoshav, and Turk goes down on the solid snake. He was impervious to dying yesterday against Fury. Damage onto Fienzy. They've got Gotti and Reaps. Plenty of firepower, but Fienzy gets the kill onto Reaps.
Uh-oh. That might be the 25-minute dream done and dusted right here in the first round. We built it up.
By the way, I just want to reference very quickly, HL Taur got 1 round against Psychon Company, 1 round against Soul's Heart, 2 rounds against Fury, and 3 against Orchid. They're about to get 1 round already against Waybo. Unless Speakeasy and Gotti can combine, Gotti at least gets 1. Now, they've still got a little bit of time remaining in the tank. Speakeasy on the Monty. Push forward, pistol kill, but it's all down to Speakeasy. He can't beat out Sunstrike. HL Taur are leading against Waybo Gaming.
Blow the siren. You can see some cheeky smiles as well. They know how funny that is. Good on him. To be fair, they genuinely played that round really well. Found the opener, withstood the pressure early, didn't feed the Monty late, which was a threat. That was a pretty good siege.
Attackers need to locate and
I don't know. Did you see Toad's message in the chat at the end of that round?
Yeah, you guys are better than
Not bad for me. That's pretty funny.
You know what the best part about it? They actually play Elevate next week, so we'll find out.
That'll be an all-timer. Well, we're almost 4 minutes into the game, so we don't need to step it up. They've only got about 21 minutes left to win 7 rounds, which is going to basically require a rush every round that's successful from this point onwards.
Was the under and over 25 points, was that visible for you to see, guys? What was the split, if possible, or not?
I'll bring it back up, unless it's already expired. Give me a moment.
Maybe the delay might help you here. It might still be up.
It's unfortunately not available on Twitch anymore. I think it was about 3/4 in favor of under 25, but I don't know how many votes it had at that point. Oh, here we go. We do have it. In fact, yeah, 75%, 25 or less.
Zoshav! What a headshot onto Gotti. Yeah, 75% going for 25 or less. Right now, the 25% that said over 25 are looking pretty smug.
we haven't seen a Waybo troll in a little while.
Well, they're not
They need
trolling.
to do it
They're just they got beaten in the first round.
Yeah,
and
that's true as well.
Great early opening kill from Zoshav.
Wait, detected a nearby camera, huh? Looks like they're coming.
And to be fair, I think in terms of the like Waybo trolling, once they like lose a round or two and it's clearly, you know, they have their fun and they know when to relock in. I don't get the sense that they're doing a Waybo. I think HL Taur have just started very nice. Doesn't mean it's going to end that way, but so far so good. Now 3v4 as they did lose, sadly, Sunstrike and Fiendzy. And once again, utilizing the Shamika launcher to keep Waybo at bay. If that becomes a little bit of a crutch, it could be banned away.
Oh no.
And
They're
well, that
trolling.
is very Waybo-esque.
They're trolling.
Turned with a little smile and a shake of his head. Heno, though, goes down to Hoven. Zoshav hits the headshot onto Turd. Oh. Hoven, though, has 4 in this round. The number one rated player in the region gets the ace. Waybo's on the board.
Well, they're a little fortunate that he was doing something in that round because no one else was. It's honestly pretty awkward across the board there from Waybo, and they got away with it in the end.
Well, they did get 6 kills that round.
Yeah, they did get 6. Zoshav, as well, to his credit, has been very sharp so far. Probably deserving of that round win, HLT.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
But ultimately, not to be. Zoshav with the opener, good little spawn peek. But Hoven was incredibly dominant on the Ash. Just every opportunity went his way. You look supremely confident as you would expect. And the scoreline now tied.
Reloading.
And we're up to 7 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's not happening. I mean, as
25
soon as I saw it was Fortress and Waybo were attacking first, even...
5 seconds left before...
And that's not to say they can't win this, you know, in a 7-0, 7-1 fashion, or could, sorry, coming into the game. I just think the map just plays too slow for that to be a possibility. And then you add in the fact that HL Taur win the first round, and that pacing is proving to be true. The reality of the sub 25 is, yeah, pretty quickly snuffed out. A big ace from Hoven, and as I said, number one rated player in the region, and it's not close. 51-19 KD coming into tonight with a 146 EPS. Next best is Turd on a 137, as Hoven gets the elimination onto Fiendzy. Not the kill, he was down. That was also Hoven's first ace for the stage, by the way. It goes alongside his 6 3Ks and 2 4Ks.
Yeah, the other person I think that has 6 3Ks is I9, and actually Pika has 7. Fun fact.
Yeah. Yeah. No 4Ks though, just the he just ends it at 3.
Oh,
is it? Oh,
got some spidey senses about him tonight.
Oh, Zoshav though,
good
he's got
guy.
some aim tonight. That's
Holy moly.
That's not the first time Zoshav has hit a shot like that. He does lose his life, but that's a lovely kill onto Hoven. And a lovely kill as well from Tenno. Well, they're fighting the good fight. Oh, HL Taur.
It's winnable. This is winnable.
They're making Waybo work with this. It's not winnable if the plank goes down, which it will.
Oh,
And Reeps is
maybe
covering the
not against
doorway.
Reeps. Yeah. DMR at that range. Well, credit to HLT. They're not just rolling over here. They've actually looked very competitive at the beginning of this matchup. Waybo were finding it tricky to dominate them around the map. And credit to them. They're mechanically clearly demonstrating in this match, HLT, that they're right up there. So if they can actually work out some strategy going forward, then again, maybe in a couple of years, these guys will be right up there. They're doing a good job so far.
I still want to know what Killers is sniffing on. He did this yesterday.
It's the sniffing salts.
Yeah,
It's giving him
he
some
actually-
special powers.
He actually put it up his nose yesterday and left it there.
Getting it nice and deep.
Well, I wouldn't want to, put it too deep. It might cause brain damage. Oh, he's putting it away. All right.
Oh, you got to lock in for the round.
Ah, yeah, you got to lock it. You got to put it away.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Can't be
bombs.
playing with the paraphernalia mid-round.
Well, it's also not performance enhancing because he's 1-3.
Well, maybe that is above his expected performance. I don't know.
Maybe it's hindering his abilities and he's not aware. I'm not too sure.
Attackers have discovered the location of a
I mean, you have to give it to HL Taur the way they're playing right now, though. These rounds have been pretty good. They've not only won a round, but even in the 2 rounds they've lost, it's been only 2 alive for Waybo. So you're not seeing that usual dominance. I mean, the second round required Hoven to have to get the ace.
Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, I think the strategy from this point onward just needs to be, let's put Zoshav in a position where he can have impact because he's clearly locked in tonight. And then hopefully that could afford us an advantage and we can hold on for the remainder of the round. Jumps onto the smoke for round 4. And some early information gathered on the smoke.
Oh my god, that's a second team. Wow, we've
What's
had
going on
3
there?
team kills in 4 rounds. 2 to Waybo, 1 to HL Taur. 2 players dead, but no one on either team has technically gotten a kill on the other until just then. Gotti gets rid of killers. Well, finally a bit of pace here from Waybo for the first time in this half. And surprise, surprise, it's on command bathroom. This seems to be the site for the attacking team to be able to just flood. And Tenno's down, so it's only Zoshav. And Zoshav is not clutching up. Hoven gets the last 2 kills. That was the quick one. 3-1 in favor of Waybo.
A little bit faster and certainly a little more convincing from Waybo in that round. Awkward TK to kick things off, going both ways. I wonder what centered is for killers. I believe they're centered, at least some of them, if I'm not mistaken. Gohan looking, Gohan's looking a little different tonight.
Cooley just looked like he was, like we just panned to like an audience member who was just stunned looking at the game. Can we get a Gotti cam check as well? Yesterday he was locked in, didn't blink.
No.
For 25 minutes.
Time update as well. 13 minutes and Waybo now up to 3 rounds. If it had have been Waybo 4 rounds,
they need
at
a couple
13
more like
minutes,
that.
they actually probably would have been on track.
10 seconds to insertion.
They need a couple really quick ones, I think.
5 seconds remaining.
The sub 30 is definitely on though. And sub 30 is still very quick. They're a once in a year phenomenon normally, if at all.
Sub 30?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, maybe
once
once
in a year.
Once a stage, maybe.
I feel like I've already seen a couple of sub 30s. We would have seen sub 30 yesterday.
No, we did time it, so it didn't count. Tower hallway stack at the moment from Waybo. Looking to full aggress here, double shield, Finker, Snake for info.
Loading new mag.
And the drop to follow. Let's go.
Into the Grismot, just delays, but Turd hits the shot onto Finzi. He'll technically get the opening kill, but it's a very immediate trade on the Hob, and they lose the adrenal surges from the Finker. 2 more go the way of Waybo, and they make that a 3rd, and soon to be Tenno will be then the 4th, and we're done. They are trying to pick up the pace a little bit.
Maybe they've had a look across at the same stopwatch we've got. 25 minutes could be back on. Okay.
Okay, there's a 4th. They're 4-1.
15
Now the
minute
question
mark.
is,
10 rounds. 10 minutes and
do
3
you
rounds.
pause it at the halftime role swap?
I will pause it. Yeah, that's only fair.
Yeah.
It's not game time. But yeah, 10 minutes remain with a handful of rounds required.
3 rounds, 10 minutes. I'm trying to think. I mean, it's doable, but they have to still pick up the pace a
The
little
defense could be
bit.
stalled if HLT just sit outside.
Scheduled timeout incoming, which is the halftime role swap. But I wonder if HLT. I mean, do you count a timeout?
Yeah,
It has to be just game.
I was contemplating that before. I feel like a tactical timeout maybe should count, but equally probably not. I think it should just be game time. That's most relevant.
You could make the argument tactical timeout in essence is affecting the game, that it maybe should be counted, but I'm happy to not count it.
Yeah, let's be real. In this kind of game, there's really no point in calling a tactical timeout. It's not going to make any influence on how the game plays out in most cases.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
We're about to bring double shield again into the 6th round, the final half. No thinker, though. We'll see what kind of tempo they look to employ. Given the fuse and the sledge, and maybe the gridlock by extension, probably expected them to actually go above here, so it might not be the fastest of rounds if they try to introduce a bit of vert here. And HLT are clearly, positionally expecting that with a 3-2 split. Just Fiendzy down in the main hallway, Infirmary for Techno, although there is a peel back. I don't know exactly what has prompted that reposition, but either way, map control being taken now by Waybo. Good catch.
Oh, yeah, nice. Onto the blitz. But it does feel like it's this common trend now where, yeah, even though HL Taur can get a kill or two, there's always that just immediate trade from Waybo. They don't get a chance to kind of set their feet, take the numbers advantage, fall back, play sight. That's where Waybo are at their best. So active, always kind of playing around someone else on the team on their attack that they can get that trade potential. They're trying to facilitate the rest of his team on the radar and get some information. They've got top floor secured.
In midpoint of the round, they'll start to work chipping away at this vert objective. Cluster charges raining down pucks in towards the objective and making it pretty unsettled for the defense, so they will spread out on the horizontal. There's some drone work from Waybo, so to the credit of Waybo on the attack, they're using this opportunity to be disciplined. They're gaining some information. Turd as well on the Solid Snake late round should be pretty impactful. Above for now, but probably is going to look to drop soon. 50 seconds remain, and Waybo also have their Danger Man of Hoven still alive.
Pistol kill for Speakeasy. Yeah, it's looking more and more likely Waybo should be able to win this round. Speakeasy at the bomb chassis to get the plant. They've got the angles. No, they don't. Ooh, hang on a second. Gotti, though, perks up and then Turd shuts it down. While I was hanging on for a second and Waybo were able to close out. They go 5-1 up. Yeah, let's go to that halftime break, stop the watch, and see if they can close out quickly. So 5-1, timer back on. Guz, do you want to give us an update?
Yeah, so the stopwatch at the moment is at 18:51. I'll resume it now. Wait, did I pause it before the other ban phase? I can't remember. I think actually I waited for the prep phase, so I'll re-pause it. 18:50 as it stands right now. So despite Waybo dropping around in that first half, the sub 25 is still looking possible here. I think a lot of it, though, will rely on HL Taur and how kind they wish to be. If they just sit around the edge of the map and ponder for 2.5 minutes, then it's going to make it more difficult, no doubt. But if they're willing to play a little aggro and play a little more proactively, then it is still possible, as the timer is now back on.
If Waybo, well, I mean, the problem is the prep phase. So it goes 80 seconds prep phase, right? So you immediately add 80 seconds to the timer, and then there's 6 minutes. So, yeah, as you said, it kind of means it's entirely dependent on HL Taur. Yeah. And that's even if Waybo win the 2 rounds. I think if HL Taur win even a single round here in the attack, then it's dead. But if Waybo win both, and they can win one of them pretty quickly, like maybe pre 1 minute left on the clock, then I think they've got it. So it's going to be a tight race to the finish here. This is a very entertaining finish for Waybo versus HL Taur.
We found a way to make it entertaining.
We have absolutely cooked up a way to make this as entertaining as possible for everyone at home. Final game of the night. A reminder, Waybo will play Daystart next week, both undefeated going into that final game before finals.
Oh, Waybo not getting a spawn kill. I think at least Turd was attempting one and probably some others elsewhere. HLT to ponder around the map. Old tower up first. So
this might be a fast hit. It is command bathroom, and they've got the Blitz, the Lion, the Dockerbee. And we've seen tonight, I mean, we've had 2 fortresses, and this is the site where you want to go fast.
Well, I don't think it'll be fast, but it's not going to be slow either. It'll be, I think, a fair middle ground in this round.
Well, when I say fast here, when I say
Yeah.
fast here, I don't mean fast round. I mean when they actually want to hit the site. It's just to flood in and turn into a frag fest. You still got to get into a position. Turd has to pull the Nitrosol back and go for the Zoto canister. Nitrosol, oh, beautifully timed. Sunstrike literally ran into it on its travel time. There's the pick for Turd. Able to slow that wall from being opened up as well. Eats the call. Interestingly, they've only just taken the lead in terms of opening kills. It's 4-3 in favor of Waybo now off that Nitrocell pick from Turd.
Oh, they got to speed it up here. They got to speed it up. We're at 21.5 minutes.
I mean, Waybo have to probably just run at them.
There we go.
And they are. Reaps at the corridor, swings, gets the kill onto the Dockerbee of Zoshav. 60 seconds left of the round. Hoven, can they find the last 2 quickly? Keep the sub 25 alive. 10-0 falls. I mean, the round is done. They're going to win it. It's just a matter of how quickly. Flawless from Waybo. 1 more to go.
21:50.
What's that timer? 21:50. It's cutting it close.
It's very close. It's so close. Just clocking over 22 minutes now from when the first prep phase begun. Pause the timer at the halftime break and resumed at prep phase of round 7. Match point, of course, for Waybo. And they have just under 3 minutes from this point onwards to get the sub 25 speedrun.
Oh boy, honestly, this is
might
more
be,
tense than...
We've somehow made this the most intense 7-1 in the history of Rainbow Six.
Hey, we're just doing our job.
Are they going to do it? Yes or no? What do you think?
Oh,
22:45. 22:45. They'll have just under 2 minutes when the prep phase starts.
Oh, I mean, so what they need
the action
basically...
phase starts.
Yeah, I mean, the concern is really the fact that they're not on the attack, but they also had the first half to,
well, they
do the job
it
themselves.
in round 1. That's not going to be the
yeah.
difference maker. The fact it's even possible after losing a round is impressive in itself.
I'm waiting to see what the lock-in is going to be here for HL Taur. So they go the blitz again, but the Maverick concerns me. So it's not quite Monty, but the Maverick is a bit of a slow hard breacher, which means the pacing here isn't going to be the fastest. So basically what you're saying, guys, is if that timer hits 1 minute, it's not going to be sub 25.
23,
is that
30.
about right?
Well, they got a minute and a half from this point.
So about a minute 10 on the clock. If we get to that point, it's over 25 minutes. I'm not going to... I don't know. It's going to be pretty reliant on Waybo having to actually get some runouts, go be aggressive,
wait for
play
HLT.
offside.
That's the biggest problem. HLT need to be the one to make the move. When you're on defense, it's so much harder.
Oh, there's one.
Okay.
Speak easy with the first pick. On to the Maverick too. So no slow blow torching, no hard breach. That
30 seconds.
will slow this down.
A minute, sorry, 1 minute.
They lose Gotti, but Turd, and then the second. Oh, Turd's going quick over towards Music.
Oh.
Okay, now they've got 2 left to find in 50 seconds. Benzi and Sunstrike could do the ultimate troll and just stay outside.
They could. 24 minutes and
Oh,
25 seconds so far. Sunstrike Music, Fiendzy, second floor tower.
Oh, they left
Waybo
them the
now
kit.
with 30 seconds to get this job done.
Oh, the kill from Fiendzy onto Turd. 25 seconds and counting down. They're running out of time. Waybo aren't going to do it.
15
seconds to find the 2 kills. And I've been sitting in the bathtub.
5
it's not
seconds.
happening.
It's not happening.
It's going to be over 25 minutes. Waybo will not beat the sub 25. HL Taur have done enough. They don't win anything. They don't get anything. But we got some decent entertainment from this.
Oh, credit to HLT. They won the round needed. If they hadn't have won that round, they would have done it.
Nitrocell. Speak easy to finish it all off. Well, it's not sub 25.
23 seconds over.
But it's 25 minutes and 23 seconds. It's still speedrun territory for Waybo to close out Playday 6. They had some fun. We had some fun. HL Taur probably didn't have too much fun.
I mean, they probably did at the start of the match, to be fair. They actually genuinely played quite well for the first handful of rounds. Of course, claiming round 1. Zoshav was farming in a couple of those rounds. But yeah, Waybo ultimately too good. And this result goes down as another expected win for them in the build-up to that final Playday matchup against Daystar to determine top spot for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the fun one for Playday 7, Waybo versus Daystar. While it's not going to... I mean, like, I want to frame this as best possible. There's double elimination in finals, guys. It's not the end of the world. Whoever gets the 1 seed, let's be real, the way the regular season has panned out, it's likely you'll probably see Daystar versus Waybo in the grand final. I don't want to... You know, it's not a lock-in. Yeah, upsets happen. And actually, I'll use a good example, which was last year. If you remember back, Daystar beating Elevate. We kind of assumed Elevate would just go bang, bang, 2-0 win, get in the grand final, Waybo Elevate. Didn't happen. Daystar were able to win that. So who knows? Finals, anything can happen, certainly with best of 3s. But that game next week is a bit of a prelude. It's not the be and all.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Waybo have certainly taken this stage incredibly seriously. I think Gotti jumping in certainly probably remotivating the team that they need to lock back in and work out how they're going to play as a proper 5-man going forward. So yeah, excited for that matchup where both teams are going to give it their all. Maybe not strategically and in terms of the map veto and whatever else, but the quality of the siege in that match should be the best we've seen so far.
Well, our interview is ready with Speak Easy after their very easy win, 7-1 over HL Taur. Hello, welcome, my friend. It's good to see you again. Now, I just want to let you in on a little secret. We were running a little gag on the broadcast about the speed run. We actually put it in the Twitch chat about a sub 25-minute run in this game. You guys beat them in 25 minutes and 23 seconds. You just missed out.
Oh, I guess it's the first round.
Yeah, the first round. But seriously, though, obviously, congratulations on the win. What was, I guess, for a game like tonight, it's not to be disrespectful to the opponent. HL Taur has had a tough stage. How do you guys kind of, I guess, get yourselves ready for a game like this? Do you just have some fun? Do you try and lock in and keep it like a normal match?
It's a mixture of both. We actually have a game plan going for today, so it's not really like we're not No, it's not like we're doing just for fun. No, we actually have a game plan, and I can't tell you guys that, but it works for us. I mean, maybe when there's a team with better competitiveness, maybe it didn't work. I don't know, but yeah, we came in with a good game plan, and yeah, we play every game and we take it seriously. So yeah.
We've spoken to Gohan a little bit over the course of the stage, but I guess I'm interested to get your perspective as a player on the actual team. What's it been like with Gotti coming in? How much has that changed your role specifically and sort of the vibe of the team, and how do you think that's going to shape up for the rest of the year?
I think Gotti helped us a lot in terms of like the support kind of roles where he's really reliable and really trusts Wolfie to get the things done. He's very safe. He doesn't get caught off guard really often, and yeah, he's just like a really, I guess, like a solid rock that you can depend on doing all the art support stuff. And he helps me so that I can just tell him, yo, Gotti, just open this, open that, and I can just focus on the end game, you know. So it really helps as a IGL as well.
It's pretty obvious, Speakeasy, that within the region, yourself, Waybo and Daystar are the two best teams. Do you feel as if getting to play them on the last day of the regular season ahead of finals is the best time to kind of just test yourself against that team and where you're at, and even see where they're at?
I think so. I think both of us is undefeated, right? So, and I don't think it's the first time we played on the last playday as well. So, yeah, I think that tomorrow will be not tomorrow, like next week, 21st Daystar will be a good match because we fought them like a lot of times, and yeah, because we don't play our game.
Anything you'd like to say, Speakeasy? I'll give you the floor.
Say thank you to everyone. To my mom's watching as well. Hello, and thank you for the support to all the fans as well. And we see you next week before playoff.
Thank you, mate, and best of luck next week against Daystar as well, and best of luck in finals.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, not quite sub 25, 23 seconds short, but a very fun game that we were able to have. Waybo 7-1 over HL Taur Esports. It's not the end of the world for HL Taur Esports, guys, though. Back into Playday 7, they do get to take on Elevate, but it's a renewed Elevate who was able to get a win tonight, so that's not going to be easy for them either, but certainly will be a little bit more of an equal measured match compared to Waybo tonight. Our MVP, though, goes earlier back into the night, which was Peeps.
Wait, Reeps? No, Peeps, of course. Of course, the 2KD monster tonight for Orchid. Yeah, played really well across the board. Some nice highlight moments. And a player that genuinely has probably, at least in my perspective from what we've been able to see, the most promising up-and-coming player at the moment in Asia, it must be said. He's been really rock solid in the matches that we've been able to cover so far, and excited to sort of see what his trajectory will be going forward. I could envision a world in which he ends up being one of the stronger players, especially from Thailand specifically. So yeah, credit to him in a dominant performance in a match that for Orchid basically went right from start to finish, not too many blemishes.
Well, we end the show on time now. 7-2, 7-3, 7-1. There was the 8-6, which, you know, I guess a little bit in hindsight, guys, it's not too surprising when you kind of look back at a lot of the close games that Elevate had. It's not as if Fury were, you know, ultra dominant at this stage either. With hindsight, I kind of feel like that isn't really too much of a surprise result in terms of how that game kind of panned out.
Yeah, it's actually got me quite excited for the Elevate HLT game. We saw a couple of good moments from HLT in that matchup against Waybo where they could actually outfrag their opponents. And so in that head-to-head against Elevate, it could be a real scrap.
Let's go to the standings after Playday 6. A reminder, there is still one Playday to be played. It'll be in about 4 or 5 days' time, and there's one game that's really going to matter. So Waybo, Daystar, and Orchid are now locked into finals. Like Oceania, guys, it simply comes down to one final game on the final Playday against two teams that are playing each other. Keeps it simple. Soul's Heart will play Psychon Company on Playday 7 for that final 4th place spot.
Yeah, it's a massive matchup for those two teams. There's going to be a lot of pressure going into that one. So excited to see how it pans out. And as it stands right now, I don't really have a favorite team going into that matchup, which makes it all the more exciting.
Okay, we're not done for Rainbow Six though for the entire day. NAL is going to be coming up. I don't actually know when that's starting. 4 hours. Geez, it is late here actually. Usually NAL is a distance away for us, but it is, to be fair, past midnight here in Australia. So yeah, just under 4 hours time, North America League will be taking place. I'm not gonna lie, I hope that when we're on North America League next, we're not starting in 4 hours time.
We are starting at 3 a.m. our time or 4 a.m. So that's gonna be wonderful. Yeah, M80 is still leading the charge in NA, so they're back in some good form, which is good to see. And honestly, I'm looking across at the standings now, much like a lot of APL, very tight in terms of who can make finals.
Yeah, a lot of the formatting this stage has been absolutely amazing, and somehow the scriptwriters have been able to get at least 2 of the 3 regions so far in APL down to 1 single game to determine the final spot heading into the final play day. Don't forget, North is going to be over the next 2 days as well, so we'll see how that pans out. For us tonight, though, we bid you farewell. We hope you guys had some fun. We did as well.